Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the EGF. We got more Super Smash Brothers action. Action coming at you. My name is Soy Sauce. Joining me is South Beach. We are getting ready for round number 2. Who do we got on the docket?
All right, we got University of Colorado versus the Marquette University. It looks like to me it's going to be AIV against Papa Smurf, and I can't wait to see these two guys. I'm not really familiar with either one of these fighters, so it's going to be interesting to see what characters they bring to the table and ultimately what exactly is going to be in store between these two schools. It's going to be exciting to see who's going to come up on top ultimately.
Yeah, this should be a fun matchup as both of these schools are kind of the, for lack of a better way of putting it, the dark horses of the EGF. Colorado, they have had a fantastic split. There's something along the lines of 9-3 overall. Unfortunately, last week they ran into Mississippi State, who has just been on a tear as of late. They have been fantastic, and so we are getting word that it is that we are ready to, or the fighters are entering the lobby. It looks like it will be myself versus Papa Smurf for our first matchup. In Marquette, on the other hand, they're kind of a dark horse because they have had their ups and downs this season. They're hanging around the even mark at 6-6, but they have, for lack of a better way of putting it, they've had these moments against these top teams where they've been able to put up some points, but they've also dropped some sets to some teams that you feel like Marquette should have beat. So this is one game for both of these teams that you feel like it's still winnable, right? This is a big matchup to kind of turn this season around for both of these teams.
Yeah, both of these guys are a little, you don't really know what to expect from each of these guys. You probably favor University of Colorado over Marquette University just because looking at the standings, Colorado is in 6th while Marquette is in 10th. But either way, Marquette, just as you said, they had some opportunities to run away with some sets for some games. They definitely could have won, just couldn't get the job done. But they, at the same time, they've come out surprisingly, taking some matches against those higher ranked schools, and now it's going to be an interesting matchup because it looks like we got Minecraft Steve kind of against Bowser. This is going to be an interesting matchup. We're gonna watch here.
Yeah, and I'm gonna be honest. Minecraft Steve is probably the character I know the least about in this game. It always just looks so very, very different. As this is an odd neutral. I'm gonna assume this is a button check between these two, as neither of them have really approached each other yet.
Yeah.
But I mean, this is the type of matchup I feel like, because myself has the ability to kind of space out between some projectiles here and there, and between the ability to build some blocks.
Oh, but back-to-back SDs. This is crazy. Who's gonna win? Oh no, he's gonna take it. Oh, what a win from Papa Smurf, being able to just last longer in this matchup. Man, that was some crazy highlights. What a crazy button check that was. Just 2 missed attacks over and over, and just back-to-back SDs all over. Man, if I'm Marquette, I'm feeling great.
I feel like next time we should just try and commentate it like a horse race.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, they're running off stage, and there comes the down B. The speed around the corner.
Yep, exactly.
That'll be the next button check. That'll be the next button check. We'll have to do that. But
yes.
Actually, I wonder if that was a mix-up in terms of characters, right? Because that wouldn't be the first time we've seen a button check between some characters, and then for the main battle they go to a different character. You play that mind game in between each matchup. But again, Marquette versus Colorado, both of these games, or both of these teams, it's important for them to get off to an early start. So we'll have to see. And just look at that. Dedede versus Mario. The character swaps right after the button check. Here we go. Me-self on the Mario and Marquette on the King Dedede. You are a big fan of King Dedede, I hear.
Exactly. He's my main. He is my main. You just got to use those Waddle Dees. I mean, he's the third heaviest character, I believe, in the game of Smash, which, I mean, I'm a fan of heavies. But honestly, going up against Mario, I don't know about this matchup. Mario's moveset is just incredible, getting a bunch of combos. And then, obviously, being DDD, your moveset's a little bit slow, so you're going to rely on just like, okay, one hit, get 50 damage, one hit, get 75 damage, keep it up. Just get power hits over power hits over power hits. And then just rely on defense. Those Waddle Dees are also going to come in pretty clean. Ooh, that was a pretty... That hammer, too, is another thing from DDD I just love, because, you know, you think you got enough distance, but just the little clip of that hammer can cause some damage off of you. But if you use those Waddle Dees, as we just saw just now, that could affect your moveset. Because we all know how deadly Mario is. Just no matter where Mario is, he's going to be deadly either way. In air, on the ground, you name it, he's going to clap you.
Absolutely, and that down air is going to take the first stock off of Papa Smurf, and I mean, this is an ambitious forward smash like, from the Halo platform. But I was going to say, I mean, me-self racked up a ton of percent, and here he goes again with all these up airs coming through. That's a quick 64, make it 73, and he's still going. But, I mean, at the end of the combo, once Papa Smurf started to fall out of these combos, that's when he's really started to thrive. And there's the forward smash, the very highest point of that hitbox connecting to take that first stock.
Yes, it was just a perfectly timed hit, and that's something you gotta rely on if you're DDD, just perfectly timed attacks. It's always kind of the hardest thing to do, and if you right now you just gotta avoid those aerial combos that Mario's just throwing at you, because those are just lethal in terms of just racking up damage on you. Try to get some distance, use those Waddle Dees to your advantage. A trick to use is like once he hits them back towards you, try to inhale them and then shoot them right back at him. Not a lot of DDD players use that. I definitely use that for sure, but it's definitely going to be it's right now definitely an even match, because if you're in 70, if you're in 80, DDD can kill you.
He's still throwing the opposite direction, but he will land that up smash to take the second stock off of Papa Smurf. And it just feels like me-self right now, he just goes all in on aggression. That up tilt coming out so quickly, though, is going to take that second stock. And so only 45% here on Papa Smurf. This is still doable.
Oh, no,
well, I take it all back. I'm so sorry, Papa Smurf, for that caster's curse. Me-self takes game one.
Oh my goodness, that was just a lethal dunk out of nowhere. And right after he spawned out, he just came out swinging, and just didn't really have to come out swinging that much, because it was just like one or two hits, and then boom, game over for Papa Smurf. But just credit to keeping it to a relatively even match, only getting one point in this first set, keeping it relatively even. Colorado is now up more, but obviously Mario's just a faster character, with faster moves and move set as well. So it's definitely harder to hit such a low character, especially if you're a big character, a heavy character. But right now, and like your move sets are really slow. So you just got to try to keep your distance from Mario and try to make something happen from there.
Yeah, we did see a couple of Gordos come out and rack up a little bit of percent on me-self, but I think you're absolutely right. This matchup kind of plays to Mario's favor, because Mario tends to, with all of his up airs that you saw, he tends to just eat up these heavies and just rack up all that percent. And he has, fairly strong smash attacks, so he just needs to find one to try and secure those stocks. But again, it did come down to a last stock scenario, and that last interaction, I feel like that was another kind of all or nothing, because you saw DDD go for the inhale, and if he actually lands that inhale, he could possibly, spit him out under the stage, and that could have been a complete reversal of the situation. So I feel like it was still, very close, and just a mistake here or there was all that set really needed to turn around. Myself able to clutch it out at the end, though, and give Colorado the 1-0 advantage.
Exactly, and just that was definitely a pretty good first match we saw from both guys too, because honestly that was that was pretty back and forth, and a lot of people would probably pick Mario to just over DDD just because of speed, just by speed alone, really. But DDD was able to hold on, only had to whip out just a few big hits to just keep up. And now, well, I can't wait to see what adjustments we got, what's next stage we got as well, to see if they fit better for each character.
Yeah, Papa Smurf on the King DDD, he's absolutely a he's got plenty of kill power in him. The problem is Myself just does such a good job of racking up all that damage that Papa Smurf does not have an easy way himself to go about it. That was a very odd interaction, but the armor of that up B coming through, and we wanted the forward air. Might still have a chance here. Doesn't land the spike hitbox though, and Myself all over this DDD right now.
Yeah, those super jumps aren't really working. I'm really surprised that wasn't either a shield break. Oh, just a nasty not down smash, just a side smash, a little explosion to get him off. But back to the super jumps, I'm surprised they didn't really land effectively as well as they did, because you also have those stars that come out to the side to rack up some damage. And right now, Myself is just juggling and playing with DDD like a balloon in the air, just not letting him hit the ground. Oh my goodness. Dude, Papa Smurf just has no answers already. This is already looking one-sided, and we're just seeing big sheer power of Mario just put it away.
My jaw dropped at that up B. I was like, there's no way he actually gets this right, but no. Oh, no, not again. Make it a 3-stock and the forward aerial.
What happened?
A commanding set from Myself.
What happened? That wasn't even... Was that even a minute in the match? I couldn't even tell. It was just like a kid playing with a little balloon just up in the air, not even letting DDD, Papa Smurf, hit the ground even. That was just a statement win, and it was just showing Mario's just sheer power in this game. This is why he's the face of Nintendo, and this is why Smash made him as powerful as he is. And just really, just an incredible second game performance. That was definitely like night and day, where from between two games, the last game was just incredible, but then you got this game where it was just like, okay, Mario's just gonna put it away. Didn't even reach 100 damage. Man, that went by quick. I couldn't keep track of time. That was so quick.
Yeah, I don't know how fast that set went by, but I mean, Myself was just all over it. That first stock, I was gonna go back and mention how smart Myself was, because Papa Smurf, he re-grabbed the ledge, and if you don't know, in this game, if you re-grab the ledge, you lose your ledge invincibility. You only have so many frames of it to begin with, but if you just jump back or something and re-grab it, you don't have any ledge invincibility, and the recognition to then just walk up and space that forward smash correctly, get that first stock off the board, and then from there it was just lights out. I mean, Papa Smurf had nothing in the tank, it felt like, because he just could not stop getting up aired, and that's also kind of the way the matchup plays, right? Big heavy character is gonna take a lot of hits, but once he's out of that combo percent, you would think he'd be able to make the comeback, but just Myself never allowed that to happen.
Exactly. I mean, if you're a big heavy character, you can take all the damage you can take and you'd still be fine. But honestly, Myself just proved otherwise, telling him, hey, guess what I can do? I'm just gonna hit at will, just do whatever I want, take you to the air, get some combos off of you, take you to the side, and then just spike you and just finish it off. And then it doesn't matter what super jump hits me. It's not even gonna matter. I'll just run away from it. Yeah, that was just a surprising super jump also because Papa Smurf had Meself on the ledge, and he was gonna either, it could have been a shield break, or it could have just resulted in a bunch of damage. I think what happened was just an incredible dodge too. I think from Meself, obviously. I think that's what happened because I didn't see any damage. I was surprised that he didn't even get the hit off. That was incredible.
Yeah, I was. I mean, the set speaks for itself, right? Meself was just. Meself was all over it, and on top of that, you have, Papa Smurf. It didn't even feel like Papa Smurf was playing that bad. It was just Meself. The second he found an opening, was just able to exploit it. But that being said, we will be getting right into match number 2 momentarily between Colorado and Marquette. Again, that was Meself over Papa Smurf for match number 1. And we are getting word that the fighters are locked in for round 2. AIV versus Murph. Now, if I remember correctly, AIV is an Ike main. I am blanking on who Murph plays, but AIV is usually one of the more consistent players of this Colorado roster.
And it looks like he's going up against 2Link. So we get a little sword matchup right here. So this is going to be interesting to see. Ike obviously has some pretty good range with the sword, especially with his neutral air attack. So I'm gonna expect to see a bunch of neutral airs from him. And then obviously, if you see a Toon Link or any Link really, you're just gonna see projectiles. And already with the bomb, the boomerang, arrows, and it looks like it's just those 3 and repeat already. So this is going to be an interesting matchup to see between these 2 characters.
Yeah, and Link is kind of one of those deceptive characters where they've got a sword, but don't be fooled. This is a projectile character. Oh my goodness, AIV hits like a truck and takes that second stock, or first stock, I should say.
Yep, there was that neutral air I was talking about earlier. Just get up in the air and just click A and just hope for the best. He's not gonna get anywhere around you. That big old sword that Ike carries is just not gonna. No one's gonna get past it. And almost already got another kill percentage for Toon Link, but just not quite. Just sitting there, just barely under 60. And now if you're Toon Link, you just gotta find a way to use those projectiles better. Just really keep the distance on him. Keep the distance on you.
Yeah, and I mean, he's doing a little bit better of a job now keeping his distance. You see, he's trying to follow up with some of these combos. That down air I liked, but Ike's still at 82, still not quite at kill percent. Oh, was that a footstool?
Yeah.
AIV feeling himself.
And the flex at the very end. That was an incredible footstool. Didn't even have to spike him or anything. That's just a little insult to injury for Murph at the very end right there. Man, that was just an incredible move. Colorado's just rolling on them right now. I was expecting to see his ether and then just closing out, maybe even a self-sacrifice. I like to self-sacrifice, not gonna lie. But no, it was just a nice little footstool. Almost about to close it out right here. This was incredible.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Murph, if he wants to try and mitigate some of the damage that's already been dealt, he's got to find a way to take the stock. And I'm going to be honest, I don't really know of any easy setups that Toon Link has to try and take stocks. I know his down air is strong. I know he's got some strong moves, and he's got that move right there to take that first stock. And so now maybe something on the board for Murph, but again, AIV, I feel like the damage has already been dealt.
Exactly. I think right now he's just got to find a way to just survive a little bit longer. Speaking for Murph, that is. And then AIV's just really taking his time, finding an opening, really. Right now, Murph is just trying to throw projectiles willy-nilly. I think AIV's just trying to get him back up in the air again. And we've seen a little bit of a trend of him just flying up, just grabbing Toon Link, throwing him back up in the air, and then finishing him with aerial attacks, the neutral air especially, and then the up air, try to close it out right there. So I think that's what we're going to expect to see. But right now, Murph relying, that's the second down air we've seen, again, land. And He's fighting a little more aggressive. He's definitely picking up the speed a little more. He's definitely one of the faster characters Toon Link is, and he's just harder to hit. It's harder for a tall guy to hit a little shorter person.
And I feel like the other part of this game plan is that Murph is kind of dependent on these projectiles right now. You can tell he's absolutely just, it's bombs, arrows, boomerangs. That's the name of the game for Link, or for Toon Link, but really the other part of it is that the combos, the follow-ups off of them. But that being said, the spacing around them, AIV, able to land that dash attack, able to take game number 1.
That was just a little spanking at the very end of the play, just using his what's it called, the forward special, in order to just, not the forward special, sorry, the forward smash, that is, in order to just close out that game. Very well-rounded performance from AIV as Ike, and now Murphs and Marquette University going back to the drawing board, trying to figure out what movesets are going to work against Ike. Maybe a character change. We didn't really see the projectiles work a lot. I think the use of projectiles from Toon Link usually are supposed to work, but they didn't quite work very well. Ike wasn't taking too much heavy damage from all of them. It was mostly from the down aerials to make him spike on the stage, and a little bit of other attacks as well. Some of the projectiles were hitting Ike, but honestly, Ike was just relying on the air game, just trying to get him up into the air and then just finish him off. As we saw in like the first 10-15 seconds of the match, taking away that first stock. And now Marquette's just got to figure out, okay, how do I close more distance? How do I get more damage? How do I take away this stock? So right now we're seeing these players spike a little bit, or strike a little bit, whatever the term is, trying to pick a stage and pick their characters. Maybe they're gambling to see if they're going to do a character change, and they do. We got Fox coming in. Now we're going to get some more speed, and this is going to be a pretty interesting matchup. Fox is going to be probably relying more on his blaster and other attacks, so we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see. I was going to say, I felt like Murph did a much better job, when he could keep his space, right? I mean, obviously that plays to Toon Link's strength, but in this type of matchup, now you're going to be, in your opponent's face a lot more often, and Ike hits like a truck, so he might kill Fox a little bit earlier, but Fox is another character that, he's got plenty of combos that he can just kind of free flow and find, so he might also be able to beat up on AIV, and he's got some kill moves in his toolkit as well, so this feels a lot more even, especially right off the bat.
Yeah, and right now especially we saw a lot of Fox's speed come into use, just dodging from left to right, making sure Ike doesn't close any attacks on him right there. And now he's, oh no, okay, he got it. I didn't think he was gonna recover from that, but good thing you proved me wrong from there. But yeah, just definitely the speed helps. But okay, there's that first stock and the little taunting flex from AIV right there, and now Colorado just commands their lead once again.
I mean, the conversions from AIV are just on point right now. I mean, that's the Ike classic, right? Nair into basically imagination. You get to throw out whatever other aerial you feel like, and at that high of a percent, Fox, a very light character, he'll die to that up air. Can Murph find a way to quickly answer here? He'll eat 30%, and he's not able to punish that dash attack too, so now he's backed into the corner.
Yeah, and honestly, to try to get back up there, I would probably try to gamble, use the light speed attack, or the light dash. I think that's what it's called, to just recover on stage, because it's kind of hard to time because it happens so quick, especially when if you're holding an attack, you probably might get that off a little too late. Really, the speed still is working for the most part for Murph, able to take that stock away. I just blinked, and then all of a sudden, boom, he was gone. So we'll see the speed pick up more.
Yeah, raw up smash was going to take that stock, but again, the nair to up air from AIV.
Wow.
able to take that second stock, and again, it just feels like Murph's got some of the right ideas, but just the wrong execution, not able to really get too much out of these follow-ups, whereas AIV, feels like every hit he gets is so advantageous.
Exactly. You know, he does, like you said, he does have the right decisions. He's making the right decisions. He's got a good strategy working for him. It's just Ike is just such a heavy hitter, and Fox is a little bit on the lighter side. You can get quite a bit of damage off of Fox, not as much as a lot of people would like to originally, and there's that capitalization less stock. It looks like AIV takes it again. Colorado takes it again, commanding their lead now to, I believe that was 7, 8, maybe more. I need to look at the score sheet again, but either way, that was just a great win from AIV as Ike and just a heavy hitting swordsman beats the shooter. You can definitely bring a knife to a gunfight at the end of the day.
Yeah, I believe the score sheet should be since that was a 2-stock. Yeah, 12-0 in favor of Colorado Marquette with an early deficit, and also we did receive news that Marquette would be forfeiting one match. It could not provide a full roster for today's set, which I believe is actually equivalent to another 2 stocks, so another 6 points on top of that, but we'll add up that math later. For now, it's 12-0. We're still getting a finalization on that, but for Colorado, I mean, that's a huge early lead for against a Marquette team that we've said has had their moments against some of these big teams that they felt like it was pretty close. They could have come up with something, and this was another opportunity to prove themselves, and they find themselves behind early.
Exactly. It could be 12-0. It could be 24-0. It's just they're down a little too early. And they find some things going for them. They're competitive at the very first match for the most part, but then in the second match, they just let it go. We've seen this as a trend, especially with the very first match. They bring it down to the wire with just 1 stock left for their opponent, but then in the next match, obviously, we saw them get 3 stocks. And then with this last matchup, it was a 2-stock and a 2-stock. So right now, they are competitive in the beginning, but you just got to keep that level of competitiveness against their opponent. So whatever they have going for this next matchup, it looks like it's going to be Katsuji and Smeckledorf going up against each other. Katsuji for Colorado and Smeckledorf for Marquette University. So we'll see how these how Smeckledorf for Marquette responds after back-to-back losses for Marquette in these last couple of matches against Katsuji. I think Katsuji, I forgot what character he uses off the top of my head, but I know he can do some damage with it.
Katsuji, I believe, is the Luigi main on Colorado's roster.
Oh.
So, I think I might be wrong about this, but last time we saw Katsuji, he was able to pull off one of the classic Luigi 0 to deaths on stream. So, I mean, he is clearly a talented player and clearly versatile with this Luigi. So we'll have to see how what Marquette can respond with. Smeckledorf, I mean, he's another player on this Marquette roster that's been fairly consistent. So this feels like a battle of 2 heavyweights right in the middle of the pack, possibly trying to get Marquette back into this. I'm excited. I don't know what character Smeckledorf plays. I don't think I've ever seen him play, but I do know that he's usually worth a couple of points here and there for Marquette.
Yeah, so this is probably a Game 3 scenario we might be walking into pretty soon. So hopefully we get that Game 3. Pretty good competitiveness. Marquette definitely needs Smeckledorf to deliver on the points for them, because right now they don't have any, and they just need to find a way to get on the board and get ready to take on Katsuji and the University of Colorado down 12-0. So they need to find a way to answer and then capitalize on the points. And this is definitely a trend we've seen from not just these two schools, but a lot of schools kind of player using their best player for their third spot, or I should say one of their more talented players using for their third spot.
Yeah, there's always a little bit of strategy to it, right? You know, the first pick is blind, right? You don't know who you're going up against. You're just going in completely blind. But now that you're allowed to kind of counter pick after that first set, you know, if you're up 2-0 in a set, and then you're going into match number 3, why not try and put in your anchor there to try and close it all out? So it's a worthwhile strategy. It's worth some thought, but Katsuji on this Luigi, as we mentioned, and Smeckledorf, Pokemon Trainer. I'm always interested to see Pokemon Trainer on stream because I feel like every person plays Pokemon Trainer differently.
Yeah, and you know, I've seen a pretty good Pokemon Trainer before. I believe it was on DePaul University. Maybe I could be wrong, but really, you know, you don't know what to expect. One thing, a trend you get from Pokemon Trainers is, you know, Squirtle will get some damage on you. He'll start off, and then they'll, someway midway battle right here, they'll switch to Ivysaur to either get more damage on you and then potentially take away the stock. If he can't do it, then switch to Charizard, and then he will take the stock for you. That's kind of a trend that Pokemon Trainers kind of stick to. And then we see with Katsuji as Luigi, you know, the one thing I'll say about him, and also with myself as Mario, as he takes away the first stock right there with a nice aerial. They are dressed in their purple suits, and honestly, I think this could be a statement saying, hey, there's a character missing from the Smash roster. Do you guys know who it is? The one and only Waluigi. Bring him in. I truly think they're making that statement right now.
Well, maybe Katsuji making a statement with that early first stock, the down air converting into that tornado. And I feel like Katsuji has just kind of been on top of this matchup. I mean, he's sitting here at death percent, but Smeckledorf really has not been able to find a strong hit onto him.
You know, you're right, and we don't really see... We saw him spawn in as Charizard, and you know, that would have been... Charizard has some good attacks to use to try to close out that first stock, but he immediately just switched back to Swirl, trying to start over from scratch, probably trying to get a hit off there. That was almost a lethal blow to Smeckledorf, getting side specialed on from the little missile thing, and now he's busting up Charizard to see if he can get an easy stock off.
Ooh, look at the ledge trap here. The plunger into down tilt, just racking up all of his percent. Yeah. Doesn't land the spike hitbox. The flare blitz not going to connect. He's not going to be able to make it back. Gets pineappled by the stage, and Katsuji still on his first stock while Smeckledorf on his last.
I'm just going to be honest with you, I've actually never seen the plunger be used as an edge guard before, ever. This was a first for me. That was an incredible way to use the edge guard. Kind of similar to like how we see Sonic use the trampoline as an edge guard. This one is a little bit more effective because it just covers the ledge a little better.
Katsuji dipping low. Yeah, and it's a tool you'll see Luigi's kind of use just to kind of reset the scenario, reset the edge guard. But there, Katsuji was smart and racked up a ton of damage with that down tilt follow-up afterwards. Oh, Smeckledorf wanted the spike, but the tornado came through just in time. And the forward air gonna connect too. That could have been dangerous. Smeckledorf on the board mitigating some damage, but Katsuji still at 100... Smeckledorf still at 100 and Katsuji sitting on 0. This is a tough battle for Smeckledorf.
Yep, and there's that plunger once again. I was going to say he should probably switch to Ivysaur to just get some bigger hits on him, and he did indeed. So now we got to see the stock be taken. That's what we had to see. But anyway, so...
No, you're absolutely right. But Katsuji there, just great spacing on the back air, and that's a move that we'd seen Katsuji kind of use beforehand as like a combo extender of sorts. You know, if he gets something like an up air, he'll follow it up with something like back air, or just kind of throwing it out in neutral for spacing purposes. But right there, you know, he's able to find the strong hitbox of it and take that last stock.
Exactly, and now Colorado 14-0. they're capitalizing on their lead right there. So I'm interested to see what stage change we will see. Possibly a character change, probably not. Although, as Pokemon trainer, Speckledorf didn't really get anything a lot going for him. He was able to get into the heal percentage range and then eventually take away very first stock. But other than that, it was just not a lot of options for him, as Luigi used the edge guards really well for the first time, for me at least. I mean, a lot of people probably seen that before, but that was just a great way to use the plunger for an edge guard. Expect to see that more in this next matchup. And now we're going to see Ganondorf coming into the fold. The big heavy against the young plumber wishing to be tall as Waluigi, dressed up in the same clothes and otherwise.
This is quite the character switch. I mean, if you think about the play styles of Pokemon Trader versus Ganon, these feel very different, but oh my goodness, already the pressure on. And
that was 10 seconds and already above 50% damage, and Speckledorf is clean. That's insane.
Oh no, though. Here's the grab at 0. 38%. Didn't get quite the follow-up. That's a tight window to try and hit, but still, the damage has been done, though. 93. And remember, Ganondorf, big, heavy character, means he hits like a truck. So one strong hit of something will probably kill Katsuji at this percent.
Yep. It just really any attack. I mostly would probably expect a smash attack to just finish off Katsuji right here. But Katsuji was able to reset and
no, not like this.
What? That was insane. Just I was not expecting that. I don't know what Speckledorf was trying to do going off the ledge right there. Maybe he was trying to get a flashy finish right there, but just didn't play it safe, and now that's gotta hurt Speckledorf's ego a little bit. But now he got that first stock. He was able to get 63 within the first 10 seconds of the match, but now there's that lethal plunger trying to unclog the ledge right there of any opponents trying to get back up. So now if you're Katsuji, you're feeling pretty good, feeling pretty confident right there.
I mean, Katsuji's just trying to recover on that sequence, right? As we got a little bit of a lag spike there. But I mean, the misfire comes out, and there are some times when you're playing against Luigi that they throw out that move, and honestly, because misfire is a thing, if I'm playing against Luigi like that, I just don't challenge it. I know it's a punishable move, but I just don't want to risk it, because the one time you think you've got him covered is the one time you're going to get misfired, right? So sometimes you just know as Luigi, Speckledorf able to take that second stock in the sequence, but it's still pretty even here. If Speckledorf sitting at this high of a percent, it's still trapped in the corner.
Yeah, I'm surprised he was able to recover right there. I thought he wasn't, it didn't look like he was very close to the ledge to quite grab on, but that proved me wrong right there. But right now, I think Speckledorf, despite that last stock that was taken, I almost spoke too soon. But I think either way, he's definitely made up for that little embarrassment of stock taken that he probably wishes we all forgot, but I'm going to be talking about that for a long time. We're definitely going to go back to that in a sec after this match. But, and now he's feeling very, very good, taking this match, giving Marquette their first points of the game of the series.
Yeah, and a pivotal one, too. That being game number 2 means he's given himself and Marquette a chance at some more points here for match number 3. The switch to Ganondorf working out for him.
Yeah, exactly. I think he was just looking to get more damage that he wanted to get, as well as getting some easy stock points taken away for Katsuji that he could not get taken with Pokemon Trainer, because these guys are obviously very different characters between Pokemon Trainer and Ganondorf. You get one option with Ganon. With Pokemon Trainer, you get 3 options, and so it's just like the moveset plotting with Pokemon Trainer is a little bit more difficult. Whether as Ganondorf, you got those movesets, you know, smash attacks, the side special that can just like cancel out anything and just put him down to the ground, and then you just pick your poison, whether smash attack or whatever attack you want before he gets up. So I think that really worked out for him. Now we get our first game 3 of this series right here. So I don't know if Katsuji's gonna be switching characters or if he's gonna stick with Luigi, but I'm definitely expecting Speckledorf to stick with Ganon in this next matchup.
Yeah, I'd be surprised to see a character change out of Smeckledorf. Katsuji, I mean, as rough as it looked, it still was only a one-stock game, and Luigi is a character that can turn the tide of a matchup pretty quickly, so I wouldn't be too surprised if he just tried to ride it out. I don't know if we've ever seen Katsuji change off of Luigi before, as we await our picks and bans for the stage choice here. Remember, Colorado with a massive lead here. Marquette needs this set just to stay alive, as we only, I believe, have 4 matches, and this being match number 3, a pivotal game 3 here. Marquette needs a lot of points just to stay in the hunt here. Again, they're a team battling through the middle of the pack of this conference that has been tightly contested, sitting at 6-6, kind of leaves them susceptible towards the end of the season to be playing against one of those higher ups of the league. So they could really use some of the points here, or just, you know, even if you lose, mitigate some of that point differential. Don't lose by too much, and it gives yourself a better shot here as we wait and see the picks for game number 3.
Exactly. Obviously, the obvious answer for Marquette is to just get 3 stocks in a row, and then they're pretty good. They're pretty set, but that's easier said than done. So we need to see Smuggledorf just come out with more aggression than the last game. Last game, he was definitely more aggressive on the end and able to run away with that second game. So now we're going back to Pokemon Stadium PS2, as the everyone likes to call it, and likes to confuse me with the console things. But now we're gonna see it again, and already 90%. That's a kill. That was a kill before I could get a. Wow.
That's the classic Luigi right there. The 0 to death coming through for Katsuji once again, and it feels like, you know, I swear he holds on to him for game number 3, just to like. Goes for him a couple times early. Oh, nearly got it again. Just didn't read which way Smeckledorf was going to DI. But, I mean, that's just the air you could feel got sucked out of the arena with that 0 to death for Marquette.
Exactly, and way to retaliate right there. But you're still got 69%, just under 70. Now over 70, now to 80. But I'm going to stop talking about that because it's just going to keep going up and up. But yeah, if you're Smuggledorf, you gotta get some quickly get some stocks off. Now 3 stock is obviously not in the answer for Marquette in this scenario anymore. But now you just gotta get your head back in the game. Don't let that get into your head. You just gotta keep fighting, get some good damage off you, get some good smash attacks, get what Ganondorf good works for him best.
Very close right now. Smeckledorf has to find a way back to stage. That up B actually clipped him, but runs into the tornado and is going to lose that stock. I said that 0 to death kind of sucked the air out of the arena, but all of a sudden, while we were talking, Smeckledorf was able to kind of make that lead right back up with all the damage that Ganondorf can do just off of a few stray hits. Katsuji trying to close this one out, though. Here's an early combo, gets 57, and Smeckledorf, these smash attacks are just slightly misspaced. They're so close to clipping Katsuji and taking this stock. These anti-strong hit will probably do it, but it's just out of his reach.
Yeah, Katsuji is just reading those attacks really well and then just waiting for an opening very, very well as well. How many wells did I say there? I don't even know, but everything he's doing right now is well, obviously. So if you're Smeckledorf, you just got to figure out the opening. You're a little bit slower with Ganondorf, and it looks like Katsuji's about to run away with this game right here. unless Smeckledorf can take away that last stock, which he does.
Down B gonna clean up that stock, and now Katsuji on his last stock, but at 0 to Smeckledorf's 142. That's actually not gonna be able to make it back. The plunger gimp coming through clutch for Katsuji, making a JV2, but a point on the board for Colorado, and that's going to clean up this match. Colorado will walk out of here with a victory and a commanding lead as we enter set number 4.
The plumber takes his plunger, clogs the toilet, in this case was the ledge, to clear out any opponents getting a recovery on stage. What a match from Katsuji, man. Just really from the beginning, as you said, the energy just was vacant after that very first stock within literally 5 seconds of play. It was just already incredible. Smeckledorf wasn't even prepared for that, and just being a slow character like Ganondorf, probably didn't have time to react, didn't have time to just pull away and just get away from the last attacks from Katsuji, and just props to Katsuji just sticking it up right there.
Yeah, good stuff to both of those contenders. I mean, Katsuji, we talked about him. He is usually he's on this roster week in and week out, and he's usually worth a couple of points. He's one of the star players, I guess you could say, for Colorado, and you can see it with plays like that 0 to death. I mean, that's just Luigi things, right? That's just something that the character has in his kit, but his ability to consistently pull it off at this level is what's so impressive. That being said, Colorado, just their players today, they came to play. They were not going to let Marquette try and get this upset, and they have come through in the clutch. So we await to see match number 4 here. Looks like Spencer will be in for Marquette, but it hasn't quite been locked in yet. And as we wait, a reminder that this is the EGF SSBU. We've got more matches on after the break or after this match. We got later in the day, we've got Ryder versus St. Peter's, DePaul versus Niagara, and Tennessee, our newcomers to the league, get to play William and Mary. So a stacked day full of action throughout the day. It's just going to be a good day. It's going to be great.
Exactly. What better to fill your day than watching Smash Bros, watching your favorite video game characters clash with each other. I sure enjoy this day. And I'll tell you what, just real quick, just talking about like schools like University of Tennessee, Cincinnati, all those other newcomers of the EGF series, not just here in Smash, but in other games like Rocket League, Overwatch. What a debut they've had coming in and just adjusting very well on stream and all that, coming in like in the second half of the EGF split, doing well, doing what they do best, playing the games well.
Yeah, and it's not we've talked to some of these players before. It's not easy sometimes to compete in this league. I mean, obviously we have to deal with some technical issues here and there between I remember weeks ago we had a snowstorm issue, so some players couldn't play. Nintendo Online sometimes just shuts down for unknown reasons, so it's we've had our difficulties, but it's been a wild ride so far, and so we really commend these players for fighting through and showing up week in and week out. On top of that, thank you to our producers here at the EGF and at House of 3000 for helping us put on this show. I mean, without your guys' help, we don't know what we'd do. So
Exactly.
Thanks once again. And it looks like we've got our players locked into the arena. Spencer coming in for Marquette, and Xanda Panda seems to be the pick here for Colorado.
All right, Xanda Panda. What a name right there. I mean, and then, you can't get a name better than Spencer, obviously. Just like you walk in, you drop your name into a voice chat, there's Spencer. I'm like, okay, wow, he's gonna give us some reality right here. So this is gonna be interesting. We got Byleth and Ness. Man, I'll tell you what, Ness. Every time we see Ness, drop in your bets for how many PK fires he's gonna throw in. I'm gonna guess 18. That'll be my pick. I forgot to pick the last one. So, and then obviously with Byleth's got a pretty great moveset as well. Being one of the heavier Fire Emblem characters with all the movesets like the down special, even the side special, even just a bunch of his movesets are just used to get a bunch of damage all the time.
Yeah, Byleth is one of those stranger characters to me because you've got this heavy sword that covers so much distance, and yet this character still has some kind of off-putting combos, for lack of a better way of putting it. Things like that up B you can combo out of if it doesn't spike you as, oh, that was actually dangerous, but great coverage from Spencer.
Man.
I was worried he was going to get spiked by the up B of Byleth, but actually turns it around and lands the Nair before the move comes out.
Yeah, I think we were both predicting that's what he was going to do, and I think Spencer read that really well because Xandapanda just came in too high, trying to get below him, and then I think Spencer was just like, okay, there's no reason you should be trying to come down very low instead of trying to recover on stage, so you must be trying to spike me with that. So I'll just gonna protect myself and then just return the favor and I'll take a stock away from you.
Ooh, good job by Xandapanda's defense right there, shielding through that pressure from Spencer, and then up smash out of shield is a surprisingly good option. As there's another combo out of that up B, only pulled off. Oh,
batter!
I'm shocked that actually killed. That did not feel like a strong hit, but regardless, it will take the stock. The forward smash from Spencer, and Xandapanda here on his last stock. Oh, you're joking me.
He is done. Jeez, that was quick. Well done from Spencer, just pulling out everything from the book. And really, yeah, going back to the second stock with the bat, I was just as shocked too, because I only thought that was 70-80% damage on that one stock when you just hit him with the baseball bat, and I didn't expect that to kill. But either way, that definitely worked to Spencer's favor in that match right there. And then obviously the last stock right there, just able to spike him down and then able to close it out in this very first game. Now the second game, if you're Panda, I'll tell you what, you're definitely thinking, okay, I probably got to step it up. Maybe a character switch, maybe, because we didn't really see, I wasn't able to see a lot from Byleth in this last game, except just with the obvious up special, or excuse me, up smash to take away that first stock.
Yeah, I mean, that was just, you talked about it before. Spencer, he's telling you don't sleep on Marquette. We got some players that can still show up. I mean, Xandapanda, he is a tried and true member of this roster. He is usually worth a couple points here and there on Colorado's good days. And Spencer just was all over top of him between that second stock and the way he closed out that last stock. So, I mean, good. I'm still in shock that between the second kill and the way that he ended it, that was a commanding way to end game one.
Exactly. That was just a surprising, shocking ending right there. And just some quick movesets. We saw the sheer power of Spencer, and just, no, you can't have a better gamer tag than Spencer. I mean, it was just, and then like the name, and it just went with the play style. Obviously, just coming out and dominating in that whole match, giving Marquette something to look forward to in future matches. And we're not getting a character swap from Xandapanda, so we'll see how Panda will respond in this next matchup.
I mean, this matchup, it didn't feel like Xandapanda was really ever out of it until Spencer just kind of read Xandapanda's defensive options on that last stock. So it does feel like an even matchup. But as I say that, oh, look at the pressure coming out from Xandapanda. Oh, you're joking.
How?
Oh, no, not like this.
How did he not get touched by thunder? That's such a lethal thing to get hit by. But Xandapanda just read that perfectly. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna have you just run in right into the tip of my spear, and then it just ended right there. A quick spike, and yeah, Xandapanda already adjusting well with Byleth, and now making it work for him.
And that was a fast stock, too. I mean, all he did was push Spencer out and just read, where Spencer was going to go. And it's, again, the spacing around that move. It's so easy to get clipped by the Thunder, eat a ton of percent for it. But Xandapanda's spacing was immaculate to land that down air.
I know. It was like he basically designed that play so that he could thunder at that exact angle. I think that was basically a design play to make sure Ness would just go exactly where he wanted him to go so he could spike him and then just finish off that first stock. And now we're seeing 2 stocks taken. This is a potential 3 stock for Colorado if they survive this last stock with that percentage he's at right now.
Oh, that was a smart tether. He tethered that almost above the ledge, but it was still able to snap to it. That back throw is going to do it, though. Spencer, getting 1 stock off the board, but still 2 stocks off of Xandapanda. The way he ended game 1 still means it's possible, but Xandapanda seems on fire here in game number 2.
Exactly. I think he thought that last game was just a little bit embarrassing for him, with quickly just losing to Spencer on that last game. But I think now he's just maybe you get the feeling, hey, that last game was just a field game. I just want to know what my opponent's doing, and now I can just put up the pressure and just make it a interesting series.
Forward smash, not going to get the strong hitbox, so Spencer will survive for now. Xandapan is smartly weaving under the stage to not get instantly clipped by Spencer's edgeguard attempt. And while this stock seems pretty even, things are going Xandapanda's way because he's still got a stock to play with.
Yeah, no, no, he couldn't quite recover at the very end. But you are still right in a sense of Ness's percentage. If he can just play a little bit more conservatively and then do that, he will win the game. And that just happened with the up smash. And now Byleth and Xandapanda and Colorado University take this to a game 3. What a match that was. Man, that was just incredible.
Man, our timing is impeccable. The second we're like, all right, he's got a stock to play with, Xandapanda falls to his death because he dipped a little too low and the tether couldn't quite connect. And then the second we think he's playing conservatively, he throws out the up smash and is able to catch Spencer off guard. So I guess Caster's curses do come true, huh?
we're just in controlling of the game. It's really like, hey, we'll just make this happen by just talking it. It's just like, I think that's really how it works. We just we get paid to we pay the players to just do these attacks and we'll say it, and then they do it. So obviously that's not happening. Obviously, just so you know, that's not happening. We'd get kicked out.
Wipe sweat off brow.
Exactly.
No, regardless, either way, Colorado, I mean, Xandapanda able to take that second game, extend Colorado's lead by a little bit. Spencer trying to earn back some points, make this a little bit closer, not leave that deficit so large. Because at the end of the day, this is the last set, I believe, between these two teams. And, I mean, for both of these players, it feels like just that one pop-off moment is all they need to kind of just extend their lead out, right? The second they get that one small advantage, they play clean enough that they don't allow a chance for a comeback.
Exactly. They just want to control the game in and out. And, obviously, I think I said this before, but like the very first game they play, you kind of get the vibe it might have been a field game after that second game, trying to feel your opponent and how they read and how they react. And you want to use that and then be like, okay, so this is a trend that they do. This is how they attack, so I'm going to use that to my advantage and then turn it against them, and then you throw out my attacks that work best.
FD the pick here for game number 3 between Xanda Panda and Spencer. Again, no character switches, so we'll have to see who can jump out to an early lead, because that's what it's felt like. The second someone can get that early lead, they can just snowball it into a victory. It's Spencer here off stage early, but he is able to make it back, and once again, this just feels pretty neutral.
Exactly. Obviously, right now we're just seeing a bunch of back and forth attacks, really, and a bunch of missed opportunities here and there, just attacking from stage. And now we see our percentages 47 to 55. Pretty even match, obviously, but right now it just takes one good timing hit, one good placed attack from Violet to get some really good damage off. But now the PK fires are coming in. We didn't really see a lot of PK fires in that last matchup, and now we're seeing it.
Yeah, I always say FD feels like a very volatile stage, because without those platforms, it's not easy to land at all, and both of these characters, especially Ness, kind of thrive on catching landings. And as you see there, getting Xanda Panda into the corner, getting the grab into the back throw is going to secure the first stock here for Spencer.
Yeah, and just a perfectly timed grab attack, and then just the what do you call it, the throw, just perfect timing for them as well. Ness has a really lethal throw, because once he grabs, he can just quickly throw. You don't get a chance to react before you get tossed by him, so it's just hard to avoid. It's kind of inevitable, as Thanos would say, just trying to get away from that one grab. And then, oh, that didn't really help any, and that was not a good recovery. It turns into an SD. Incredible, and now it's a 2-stock game for both players.
Yeah, unfortunate SD there, and Spencer able to clean it up, though, take that second stock with the strong hit of Nair, and quick combo here to start off the last stock for Xanda Panda, but answered right back. Oh, that is a stylish combo to make it 54% on Spencer, but again, both players sitting at a fairly low percent. The problem is, Xanda Panda is the one behind now after that last play, and he's got to find a way to come back here. That's something that's been the struggle of the set.
Exactly, and you saw earlier he was almost down to low shield percentage right there. Just his shield was just getting a little smaller. Any next attack he would have taken would have resulted in a broken shield and a quick match for Spencer to take away. And it looks like he's going to take this SD and make it a 1-stock game. And now what you do, this is going to be an interesting scene, because whatever hits Violet takes, or gives, I should say, those are pretty lethal hits and some interesting combos he throws out. So let's see what happens here.
Violet does have some strong moves in his kit. Nearly 50% Delta Spencer, but Xanda Panda has to play so careful here as he is trapped in this corner. Does find the Nair to kind of reset the situation. Now back to neutral. Finds the forward air. Can't follow up with anything. And oh no, the tether got kicked. He still made it back. What a tether grab there from the up beast, keeping his set alive.
That was close, and he was looking for that ledge guard at the end, trying to keep Ness away from recovering. And now Ness is just deciding his move right there as soon as he recovers from the stage. This is a very close game.
Dead even. One strong hit either way. Ness is a fairly light character, so there's a strong hit of forward air, but not going to kill Spencer quite yet. But now trapped in the corner. Violet doesn't have great edge guarding utility against Spencer, it feels like. Ooh, down smash in neutral. Now the pressure from dash attack. Can he get back to stage? Quickly snaps back on and gets the get up attack to kind of reset the situation. Avoids the grab, but the up air going to come through, and Spencer takes game 3.
What a read that was right there, just throwing him up into the up air. We saw a lot of flashy plays in this match, or in this series, I should say, but at the end of the day, he just throws his opponent up in the air to close it out, and Marquette gets a victory out of this series finally for them. And now, obviously the the forfeit comes in for Marquette as well in that last matchup, and Colorado will still walk away with a victory. But if you're Marquette, that's something to look forward to. After that was a great win from them to look forward to carry them up into the upcoming weeks.
Yes, Spencer played fantastic. I mean, great job winning that set against Xandapanda. I mean, Xandapanda, we've seen him week in and week out put in the work. So for Spencer to take that set in a very flashy way too, was fantastic. Again, no fifth match because Marquette could not provide a full roster today. So they forfeit another 6 points over, giving Colorado the victory. Our final score here of this set, 24-6. Colorado walks away with the W, and that is it for set number 2 here. And we'll be moving on to set number 3 after the break. Stay tuned for more Smash Brothers action.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And no, it's not a mistake. Marquette University and University of Colorado still on the board, because what we thought was a forfeit turns out the last player for Marquette comes in, and at the very, very last second, they thought they were going to be done, but nope, they're not done. They're not out of it yet. They got one last player, and it's going to be Ice, I believe, for the University of Colorado versus we're gonna find out soon for Marquette University. So obviously the score right now is 24-6, but the forfeit now subtracts 6 points from Colorado, so that should be 18-6, I believe, if I'm doing my math right. So we thought we were gonna do a one more, move on to the next set, but now we get one last set for Marquette to just close out this game. And now I am also, by the way, I am South Beach Ice, joined here by my co-caster UBL this time. UBL, how you doing today?
Yeah, just coming in a little early to getting to see the wrap up of this set. While it may not be mathematically possible, pride is certainly always on the line as we get Dark Pit and Zelda.
Exactly, and we saw the last series, we saw Marquette come in. They were losing games for both back-to-back in a row, but Spencer came in the very last game to close it out, and it looks like we might get a little bit of technical difficulties here on our side, trying to pull up that stream back up online. But in that last game, we saw Ness go up against Byleth, and Ness was able to take it up for Marquette. Spencer as Ness for Marquette, and Panda as Byleth for the University of Colorado. So we're gonna go ahead and get this communication error fixed up here.
That's kind of the Nintendo classic. A complete desync. Okay.
Yep.
So we're gonna be right back in there.
We're gonna go ahead and just try to get these technical difficulties up here. But the surprise match, you do not want to miss this. This is a great comeback for Marquette to just get some battle for some pride. So stay tuned. Alrighty, guys, we are back, and sorry for the delay, but we are still gonna bring you guys one more game from Marquette University and Colorado University. Colorado already looking to go ahead and just take away this series with the 18-6 lead over Marquette. But as we knew that Marquette was about to forfeit because they didn't have enough players on the roster, lo and behold, ILO for Marquette came in at the very last second to save the day, get some more points on the board. He will be taking on Ice for Colorado. So let's see what we get in this next matchup right here. And I'm South Beach Ice here, joined by my co-caster UBL, and we got a great matchup here coming up.
Yeah, hello everybody. The second verse, same as the first, but we look to get right back into it. Same character, same stage, nothing else needing to be changed. Just end this crew battle strong.
Exactly. So Now, as we see this matchup between Zelda and Dark Pit, this is going to be a pretty interesting matchup. Both characters on the magical side of things. Pit has the swords and the bow and arrow working for him with counteraction of Zelda's spells going on. And it looks like we're getting those technical difficulties once again. So we got to try to figure out how we can get this stream back up and going.
So okay, interesting part. It's not. This I think might just be Nintendo servers, not necessarily anything on anyone's side, because the arena is still active and the match is still in progress, as far as we know right now. So it would be a disconnect between perhaps one of the players and our arena host, Munoz. So that is just kind of unfortunate. We have to watch the two.
Yes, we got the two icons in the arena right now, going head to head right now, and oh, what a collision they had just there once again, and another collision. There it is again with those electric things right there, and man, just the intensity of not knowing who's going up against each other. But I mean, looking at Marquette versus Ice, Marquette is obviously ILO, Ice is Ice for Colorado, but we got a nice view of the room right there and a nice view of the scores right there. And look at that bench in the audience with Munoz just watching. He's going crazy right now.
This is it's definitely some intensity between these two icons, but that's
yes.
I mean,
and look at this. The fans from the stands try to get into the ring, but the imaginary refs just pulled him back onto the stands. Surprised they didn't escort him out of the match, but that was crazy, trying to break up the fight so he can get the stream back up and going. So we apologize for these technical difficulties. Once again, we believe it is something to do with just servers being crowded or something like that. We don't entirely know for sure.
While there's no real full explanation beyond like Nintendo servers kind of suck, the connections are largely peer-to-peer. So it's entirely possible that while the connection from Munoz to the arena is perfectly fine. Like the host, the production making the arena, no trouble on that front. It's the matter of spectating, going from production to one of the two players, which could depend on distance. It could depend on like internet connectivity. It could depend on internet provider. Like there's many reasons why it could just be a little bit weird.
Yep, there's a lot of factors we can list off on why it's not quite working out for us well, but
it's something to do with the like Nintendo bridging the connection between not production to the Nintendo service to make the arena. It's to one of the two players that is causing the issue. Alas, we'll get the stock count as soon as both players are done, though it will be a Zelda. It was a Zelda on the screen, and they've been known to take their time.
But maybe Dark Pit could, who knows, Dark Pit could just swoop on in and just sweep the matchup real quick, making Zelda just pick up the pace quickly. So obviously right now, both movesets from these players are interesting to see. I always look forward to see the special Zelda would throw out, obviously the down special with her knight to just come out, and it looks like Pit takes this first matchup. And I don't know, UBL, what stood out to you on that matchup? I don't know.
Well, you're mentioning a lot of specials coming out from the side of Zelda, and that they're very, very much known to retreat and use the B button to its fullest extent. But Pit having access to the Guardian Orbitars, that down B, making it an all-purpose reflector, as well as just a generic shield against Zelda's any approaching options. And we're just gonna...
We're just doing a little, looks like these fighters are doing a little quick tech check right here to just make sure nothing happens in this upcoming stream. Just to be sure. We see Zelda trying to get our attention with her wave, and then doing a little bit, maybe a little button check up here.
It looks like they forgot to do bans, so while this is not a match, they're just checking out the connection while they do bans. Ice did end up winning by 1 stock, so that puts University of Colorado further in their lead, which they are already quite secure with. As you know, both of them are just going to hang around here as the bans get in progress from both captains.
Exactly, and now we're just going to get, as you said, just get those bans, get the stages set for them, make sure we got whatever needs to be done. So we apologize once again for our technical difficulties, and we're looking to get these back into shape, which looks, for the very most part, looks like we might be getting them back up and running, full strength, full stream ahead. But with these last second games coming up, there's always something bound to be happening. But big props to our producers, big props to our producer Munoz for sticking up, facing the challenge with adversity, and fixing up our stream going up in here, and he does a very well job. Also, shout out to House of 3000, who also does a bunch of productions for us. Great work all around from all of our producers. So we're gonna see now who can have the better dance battle between Zelda and Pit, Dark Pit, that is.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm kind of digging Dark Pit's idle animations. He's he's jobbing back and forth, tapping his feet, prepping that Palutena bow. And okay, looks like bans were decided.
Alrighty.
Let's see if we can get them. Yeah, so Colorado has banned Lilat, Smashville, and Yoshi's, leaving assuming that they're not just restarting. They may just.
Yeah, and those band stages, I think those are pretty good choices. With Lilat and Yoshi's Island, the ledges that are just like slanted. I mean, those aren't really fun to deal with at the end. So, great choice of stage banning from both parties. So let's see what stage we come up with next. And we're about to bring up our matchup between ILO and Ice very, very, very soon. So we thank you guys for sticking around watching this with us.
They've played, or they've at least started 2 games. Yet this is still game 2 of the same set. It's a little bit rough, but if there's any time to get one of these matches, now would be the one. A rubber game for a deciding game for Marquette, could be their last one of this battle. So ILO's gonna have to put on his big boy pants and take everyone to FD. I do like the bans, as you mentioned. There is banning a lot of small stages with long platforms. Zelda has a really great coverage with that. But going to FD allows her to dominate center stage, as long as Ice gets a little bit desperate with some of his approaches, like he is with a lot of these roll-ins. Yeah, if it works, it works. He gets a nice 28 to start off this game.
Exactly. Both players are coming out swinging in this first matchup easily for ILO, getting 69 on Ice, just under 70. Now goes up to 88. You trying to use that Knight attack, the Dark Knight of Zelda,
the Phantom.
The Phantom. That is what it's called, and the Phantom of the Opera takes away Ice. That joke did not make sense, but anyway.
It's got a mask. It's got horns.
Sure. The first stock goes to ILO from Marquette University, sitting pretty with 3 stocks.
Yeah, he's going to be holding steady, but Ice looks like he's starting to get on the move. All these down smashes coming out, covering his whiffs. I love the walk, just the walk backwards. It was kind of subtle, and the reflector comes out to dominate that stock. But he looks like he's been playing this center stage super well. So that's a quick 31. Unfortunately, no platforms to extend, so he just has to take the combo as it finishes. But nothing to sneeze at. Nothing to sneeze at all. He's gonna land with he landed with shield.
I don't know if ILO is going to whip out that Phantom once again after that stock taken from her. But don't matter either way with the back air flipping out Ice off the stadium. And now 1 stock to 2 stocks. We might see a potential game 3, which would be a delicious treat to see since given we didn't quite see a proper game 1. But this matchup right here going pretty crazy, and now Ice taking away a stock, making it a 1-to-1 game between these two, making it fairly even right now with 27 to 32 damage. Ooh. And it Ice almost put away.
Yeah, he reset the combo on that string, going for a second nair. As Ice is really starting to dominate at the end of this game 2, kind of showing how he took game 1 in a repeat. If that is indeed what happened.
Yeah.
Looking for the jump call and looking for the jump again, but both whiffing. 3rd time's the charm. Is he going to go in for a down smash instead of dash attack? Not trying to mess with the teleport, knowing Pit is a little bit too slow. Waiting for Marquette to have to do something. ILO is feeling the pressure now. 140 to 33. Where did your lead go? Where has your game gone? Where is your set gone? So that jump read yet again finishes off the game for Ice in his 2-0 1 stock apiece.
And I'll tell you where that went, up in the air, as well as at that very last stock right there. Big credit right there for Ice to just finish off the last few stocks, able to the reads he had, especially that read going back to the second stock taken for Zelda with the reflection. Sorry, that might have been the first stock actually, with the reflection, with the Phantom to bounce to reflect and then take away that stock. Definitely what came out of nowhere right there. But now Colorado Esports goes ahead and just takes away this victory from Marquette. But thank you to ILO and Marquette for showing up again to give us a match right here. That will do it for this set of the series. Coming up, we got Rider University going up against St. Peter's University. So don't go too far. We'll be bringing in another set soon.
Hello everybody. Welcome back to the EGF League. We've got our next match set up for you as quick as we could. It's going to be St. Peter's against Rider University. I'm joined with my co-caster, South Beach Ice.
Yes. How are you guys doing today? I can't wait to see this matchup between Rider and St. Peter. I believe the first matchup we're going to see is 920 for Rider and Ricardo for St. Peter's. This is going to be an interesting matchup, a little mystery characters between these two. And when I say that, I mean I don't know what characters they play as. So this is going to be quite the interesting matchup. I can't wait to see what's in store for this game.
And it was just confirmed that Ricardo will be the one joining us in the arena against 920. And if the icon can be anything to go by, we might be seeing a Joker and Ricardo. That does sound familiar. I believe he does play Falcon, Capitan Falcon.
I see. So a possible Joker versus matchup. Obviously the the speed matchups between these two characters. Both of them are pretty well known for their speed. Joker has the Arsene, obviously, and then Captain Falcon's got another good move set with using fire attacks. It's a pretty even matchup, but I would pick Joker in that matchup favorably if it was my opinion. But I could be wrong. I've been wrong several times on this occasion.
It's a little bit awkward coming from a Joker player. The neutral in that matchup is a very tenuous for both players. Joker's advantage state is super developed, and he has a long string of combos that, oh no.
Looks like we're trying to...
We just have to recreate the arena, okay? But that's just unfortunate.
Yeah, at least it wasn't mid-game. That would have been worse. But as we get that arena back up and set, we'll be bringing in the two two guys eventually. Once again, 920 for Rider University and Ricardo for St. Peter's University. So we'll just bring those guys back in rather shortly, and it looks like the arena's already getting set back up very, very quickly. We'll be just a couple seconds, and then we'll get that first matchup set.
Yep, we just gotta prep the ID, prep the password, all of that good stuff. If you saw the password or if you see the arena ID, don't try to join the arena. If any jokers in chat, no, don't do that.
No, I don't think they'd be able to see it, but yeah, either way, don't do it. Fair with us. You guys are just here to watch. But either way, this is going to be, again, a great matchup. But if a potential Joker versus Captain Falcon matchup, or just very, very different character matchups as well. So we gotta see what we got going on here, and it's gonna be a pretty great matchup.
Yeah, just hopefully we get to see it at its full potential. Both characters, of course, very fast. Going to be going to Pokemon Stadium 2, which offers a lot of combo extensions and space to move for both characters. Both Falcon and Joker like to show off their speed on long, flat stages, while utilizing platforms only as a means to extend combos. They don't usually hang out on them too much, as there ends up being Ricardo. Profile picture aside, we'll see what ends up happening. Don't quote me on if he's the Captain Falcon, I guess.
Yes, I mean, you never know. Maybe just we could see a little gamble right here, trying to throw off the opponent, saying, "Hey, I like this guy," but maybe they'll throw out another guy, so they could try to throw off the other characters into just picking a character that goes against their character that they're displaying. But that could not be the case right now. Maybe they just want to display. Maybe they grew up loving this character.
It could be a lot of things, and this could be a secondary. We do see the Falcon, but the Game & Watch is the actual end up being mixed up. And we were talking about speed, and while Falcon certainly has that in spades, Game & Watch is known for a little bit of a slower paced neutral and a slower paced mentality, kind of immune to block strings with that upbeat out of shield. Alas, if he gets juggled like this, then his stocks will not last too long, as he's one of the lighter characters in the game. I think he's in the bottom 10 when it comes to weight.
Yes, bottom 10, possibly, if I'm correct, maybe even bottom 5. I'm not quite sure. I need to double check that. But great credit to him trying to break out of that earlier aerial juggle he was stuck in with Captain Falcon. Also, I think Captain Falcon's heavier too. Well, obviously he's heavier, but he's got a little speed, a little more weight to him. The one thing is, for taller characters like Captain Falcon, it's hard to hit a short character like Game & Watch or other guys like Kirby and whatnot, because if you just do a neutral attack, you'll just basically be hitting air. So you gotta find the attacks to work to make sure you hit them at the right spots, hit the right hit boxes, and make sure you hit them all. Make sure your height matches his height. So this is going to be a pretty interesting match to see. Nonetheless, we're going to see what's going to be in store. And a Falcon punch already. Come on.
That's a bro moment from me, dog.
Questionable move right there.
No, what he's trying to do with those footstools is to bait out a spot dodge. Because if Ricardo is looking for anything right now, he wants the freshest, rawest knee that he's ever seen in his life. But he ends up getting the Falcon kick on the jump call, out on 920, jumping out of shield. The sweet spot of that will kill in certainly very early, and especially on a confirmed now bottom 4 weight in Game & Watch.
Bottom 4, man.
Yeah. Well, he's
like
tied for 3rd lightest with Squirtle.
Squirrel. Yeah.
So
poor guy. So he's got a lot to keep up with Captain Falcon. Obviously, now he's just getting thrown up into the air, trying to find a landing. Finally, he does. Busts out the snapping turtle. Tries to cook some pancakes on towards him. And now let's see if he can make something happen.
I mean, if Ricardo just wants to keep dash attacking for the remainder of this game, it seems to be working, and all of these will kill eventually, though Game & Watch is, while quick, not going to end up doing it. Yeah, Falcon kick right out of the corner. He's going to respect your shield like that, then you have no means to... You have no reason to stay in the corner. Just jump right away. Now...
Was able to take him out with just 211% damage. That's a lot for Captain Falcon. You got
There it was.
Yep. And if you're 920, you gotta find earlier times to take away your stock from opponent. You kind of let him hang around for a little too long there, and dishing out 200 over 200% on him, which is, you know, a good percentage to dish out. But you know, you gotta. I would rather get a stock quickly than just dish out as much damage as you can.
One and the same are those goals they can be, especially with Game & Watch, who does a lot of low percent combos and really succeeds in getting early stocks in this edge guarding, which...
Oh, the spike! Oh, that was nasty. That was quite the finishing move from Captain Falcon. Sorry to cut you off there, UBL. That was...
Nah, it's perfectly okay. We salute our fallen brother as the one time he thinks like, man, I really got to get this game back. I really got to start going off stage, getting these edge guards, start confirming and get back into this game. The one time he does get the immediate reversal from Ricardo, and that's a quick 2-stock or from what is it?
It was
St. Peter's.
Ricardo from St. Peter. Yeah, just honestly, you know, you can look at the first thing saying, oh, you know what, the matchup was kind of a little one-sided, picking Captain Falcon every Game & Watch because of height and weight. But you know, Game & Watch's moveset is so diverse. It's pretty diverse, not as diverse as, let's say, a Hero or any other character, because, you know, how diverse that moveset is. But you got a bunch of, you know, smash attacks to use that can throw off your opponent. You obviously got the bucket counter. You got the hammer. You just got to, like, time your attacks right against a Captain Falcon who's speedy and will try to, like, avoid your attacks as well. But as soon as he tries to come in close, maybe that's a perfect time to bust out the hammer and then try to land the 9 if you can. But it's definitely gonna be a pretty hard fought battle because Captain Falcon's speed and power attacks with his Falcon kick, and then his side special as well, his up special as well. Just a bunch of diverse attacks Captain Falcon can use as well to counteract Game & Watch.
Where Game & Watch lacks in truly, like, menacing offense. I mean, he's got plenty of really solid combos, but what he lacks in offense, he makes up for in defense. And what Ricardo wasn't doing amongst all of that was grabbing. He was really respecting the space that 920 commanded when he had his shield up, because he knows that the up special from Game & Watch is frame 3 and invulnerable on startup. So why not try to abuse that if you're 920? Okay, he's respecting my shield. If I can run at him, then hold shield and make him want to run past me, make him want to cross me up, put some buttons on my shield. Like, if he comes close, I'll up B out, and I can at the very least prolong this game to where Ricardo may end up getting frustrated, as Game & Watch tends to do for their opponents. This game can be played in a lot more of a sluggish pace, and Game & Watch kind of dictates all that so long as he uses the right options. But if you let Falcon run all over you, he will stomp you into the dirt.
Exactly. You know, you got to avoid those opportunities he's got. And now we're seeing a character change. Instead of Game & Watch, we got Lucas. This is going to be interesting to see how Captain Falcon answers to Lucas in this scenario right here. You know, he's got a pretty powerful moveset as well. PK fires aren't as powerful as Nessus per se, but he can still do the damage the Ness can do. And now we're going to see if Ricardo can capitalize on this matchup as well.
If there's anything to garner from that's risky. The trying to poke above the ledge like that, you're giving Falcon all the time in the world to run out there and hit you whatever he so wishes. While Lucas can certainly mix people up, and it looks like that's what 920 is ready to start doing, getting these extensions off the rising neutral air. If you're not going to respect Falcon's explosive burst options and powerful kill tools, then it doesn't matter what character you choose, whether it's a more up-close boxer like with a good out of shield, or a more mid-range fighter in Lucas compared to Game & Watch. I mean, then the second verse is going to end up being same as the first. But he's making good use of Lucas's really safe frame data right now, and almost getting the DI mix-up with the kill throw.
Yeah, and just props to Lucas after, like, 920 not taking enough damage after that first stock was being lost, after that a little unfortunate mishap he made on that first stock, but only taking 7% damage in that first entire series before Ricardo lost his first stock. And now he's starting to retaliate, and now we can see why he's changed into Lucas. The PK fire came in clutch to what do you call it, to take away that stock earlier. So now it's still a pretty relatively even match here. Lucas can get more damage on Ricardo.
Ricardo's up-tempo gameplay is really coming in handy right here. Not trying to let 920 quite literally walk all over him. If he's holding shield, then 920 is certainly at frame advantage right away.
Ooh.
But the trade, you can't take these trades on a frail character like Lucas. Got to cover all these tools up. Wow, is he dead? Yeah, he is. Yeah, he caught him without a jump. It's really smart. Really smart way to go out there, acknowledging the situation, finishing that stock. It's an even game right now.
Yeah. Props to 920 keeping it even off the character swap. And there's a series of unfortunate events, and there was a series of unfortunate events right here and now as Captain Falcon went with the aerials, and now we got shield on shield action right here, and it looks like Ricardo's about to just finish it off, but not quite yet as Lucas stays up. But the up specials are so lethal with Captain Falcon, especially on the stage. We saw him reflect Lucas off the stage, almost taking away that stock.
Yeah.
The knee to the face. That's got to be painful up here in real. But man, Ricardo came out swinging once again, and now he takes this series. It's gonna be a one stock difference, and now St. Peter's, they are in the lead over Rider University with a total of, I believe, 5-0. And yes, it is team score on the bottom.
Yeah, 2-1-2, 2 stock, 1 stock, and the set win gives St. Peter's there in a pretty solid lead coming out from this first set. And Ricardo definitely seemed like he was in control, despite it being 1 stock for one piece at the end there. He controlled stage, got his starters, and it looked like 920 was just in disadvantage pretty much from the once he ended up evening the game at 0-0 last stock. And Ricardo felt content enough to quite literally full hop in center stage, waiting for 920 to react to it so he could knee him in the face.
Exactly, and that was just a tremendous set from Ricardo, stepping it up at the end. 920 with the character change made some pretty good, decent adjustments, and he was taking some stock damage, and the damage percentage on both of these guys was a little bit different in favoring of Ricardo. But after Lucas would lose a stock, after 920 would lose a stock, he was able to retaliate rather quickly, taking away a stock from Ricardo. So that was something interesting from him to try to even up the match. But at the end of the day, it just was enough to keep up with Ricardo at the very end.
Yeah, and meanwhile, we got the next set getting ready for both participants. We got Kufi for St. Peter's, DDD, known for being a little bit suspect with his connection, and TLA for Ryder.
This is going to be an interesting matchup if we do indeed see King DDD. Definitely one of my favorite characters. I'm a DDD main myself, which is very laughed upon by my fellow peers. But it would
Have who
be,
you want.
yeah, thank you. But interestingly, but anyway, he is definitely a heavier character, like third heaviest, I believe. And then, but with that comes he is also very, very slow. So it's going to be, depending on what character he goes up against, it's going to be hard for him to keep up.
Luckily, I have the stat sheet open right here alongside, and yes, King DDD is tied for third heaviest with Donkey Kong, so well within that super heavy category.
Exactly, I would pick him over. I mean, I pick him over Bowser, which I mean, I think still Bowser's the superior character, but I'm good with DDD. He is, but that's facts. But you know, the Waddle Dees, you can't. You don't expect them. They're going to be damage. So, but yeah. And you know, TLA's got the Xenoblade sign on his icon, so we might see a Shulk. That would be an interesting matchup, DDD or Shulk. Who would you pick in that match?
Oh, Shulk, without a hesitation.
Aww.
While DDD can do... DDD always has some stuff. Every character in this game has some stuff, but Shulk actively cheats. The Monado arts are such a versatile tool to be equipped to any character. And let me put it this way: Kirby can take any neutral special in the game, but largely he's considered around the low end of mid-tier as of recently. His combo game's gotten a lot of exploration. But with Monado arts, Kirby becomes a high tier. So Shulk, when you already have good frame data, already have good range, already have some good outer shield options, really good natural airspeed, some good overall just basic fundamental mechanics, then you give him the ability to heal you whenever he wants, to do damage in so many different ways, to camp you out by jump art, to escape combos for essentially free, or to run you down and hit buttons all over your face. Like, he can do anything that the situation requires for it, regardless of character that's coming up.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, I like DDD, but I would actually be there. Some of his moves are indeed broken, if I do say so myself. You know, just those Monado arts coming in clutch. And then, you know, when he goes to Smash mode or Buster mode, you better stay away, you better get out of his way, and then especially, you know, originally without him, not a good recovery, but adding speed or jump, then he's fine. Ooh, we get speed versus brawn with DDD's thickness versus Sonic speed. This is going to be an interesting matchup right here.
Yeah, still quick, still ever so quick, and now even on the Pokemon Stadium 2, the starter stadium as it's referred to in many area. Seeing how TLA tries to counteract the Goofy already taking up position in center stage, while Sonic can outrun anybody and do hefty damage. If you play to wait out Sonic's approaches, like Goofy seems to be doing, just baiting out shields and acting on damage where he can, Sonic can have some real trouble trying to get in.
Exactly. You know, Sonic's really great at putting some damage on his opponent, but since he's pretty light, he just has some trouble finishing, you know? You can be up to 120, 130, 150, and especially with a King DDD character as thick as he is, it's going to be hard to try to finish him off. Now, DDD's biggest challenge, obviously, is to just keep up with Sonic's quickness and speed. That's going to be the challenge for him, obviously. So whatever attacks he can throw out, he better be dishing out a whole lot of percentage, as he usually will do, and then just read it and read his opponent and just time his attacks well.
And it's going to prove very much detrimental if TLA keeps trying to overextend like he is. Like, even with if he manages to take this stock, he's sitting very, very pretty. Oh my god, he got hit by that.
Man, that's just a little mistake by TLA right there, just not getting enough distance between him and that super jump right there.
He almost died.
Yeah, that would have been, and also would have been, that just would have been a hilarious stock taken from either one of these guys. And the down tilt coming in. Oh my goodness, Koofy just laying out the relentless damage off of this poor TLA Sonic right here. Man, there's no mercy being given here.
Yeah. Sonic has it's the same kind of error, or it's the same kind of issue that he was facing in stock 1. It's like, man, I'm really trying to find this kill, because a lot can be decided off of finding your first stock. Sonic can run away forever, but now that he's at a 100% deficit, luckily not just a whole stock deficit, or perhaps even more, TLA is going to have to find a way to get in on this DDD wall that Koofy's been putting up, having to still respect Gordo, still respect the command grab in the inhale. But he's finding ways around it.
Yeah, and he's really trying to figure out a way to utilize that super jump. Not right there as he took away that first stock, but as he recovered, instead of just like trying to grab the ledge or canceling out right when you get above stage, he's still trying to get some damage, which, you know, it's always nice to get some damage, but you're kind of left a little bit wide open after you land, just a tiny bit, so you better try to get away as fast as you can as soon as you land.
6 and climbing now. He looked like he was ready to respect the super DDD jump, but spin charging and spin dashing all over the place is only going to get you so far. Don't do it to him.
That would have been crazy to see. Man, we're seeing a lot of spin dashes from Sonic in this matchup right here, and as he's trying to get him away from the ledge off stage, he's definitely trying to use that side air combo that's really good at getting some damage off and then keeping you away from recovering. Often can give you an instant kill, and now we see Koofy using those Waddle Dees to his advantage. I think he should have tried to inhale him if he could. But also, you can inhale your Gordo, so if you try to inhale your Gordo and shoot it back at him, possibly, I don't know if he'll expect that.
He doesn't need to expect it. He can play this steady game for as long as he deems necessary. 183, that weight really coming in clutch, like not having to worry about Sonic finding his really powerful kill moves.
Ooh.
And he just keeps colliding with those Gordos. Man, Koofy looks very much just comfortable with how to play defensive once he took that first stock, once he felt like he had a lead, even if not in percentage, in sheer mental capacity. He's like, all right, yeah, like I'm much more comfortable than he is playing in this environment, playing in this slower pace game. He wants to run away from me. He's used to someone approaching him. What if I just let the Gordos, let my inhales do the work and ride on whirls that is this 100, 150, end up being like stock leads. He can wait and he can relax, and TLA is going to be the one sweating.
Yeah, and you know, in that last matchup we saw between the two, you know, we definitely saw the weaknesses of each character, or like the weaknesses of the characters trying to hit each other come out, where Sonic is just so hard to hit because he's so fast and can get away from all these attacks, and then DDD is so hard to kill just because of his sheer thickness and size, trying to get him away from the stage, trying to get a kill at 190% damage. Just super hard for both these characters, but at the end of the day, the Gordo came in clutch at the very end to just kick Sonic out of the stage. You might see a character change here in this next matchup because of how these characters can cancel each other out very well. Never mind, I stand corrected.
We are getting in. I'm just looking at chat, getting informed. It's Cuffy, hard C.
Cuffy, never mind.
So hopefully we can just mentally correct that as Cuffy against TLA takes it into small battlefield. While the stage itself is far from bad, it's a relatively neutral pick. It has the same flaws as, or it's gonna have the same flaws as PS2 for TLA, which means if he can't dominate center stage, then he's gonna be stuck chasing down this DDD and running face first into Gordos, assuming he can't take this first stock. Oh, careful.
Careful with your shield, buddy. He can break him any day he wants to.
Yeah, the inhale to cover himself, and
He tried to spike.
but he saved him. Well,
Yep.
he was alive anyway. He could air dodge up, but he was like, if you're gonna be alive, then I'm gonna make sure you take this hammer swing in because of it.
Ooh, nice little inflation right there on that neutral air just to get away that first stock. And now it's 92-0 with 3 stocks for Cuffy and St. Peter's over TLA and Ryder. And a nice smash attack, and now do your little dance, Sonic, as you even this matchup right dead even.
Yeah, trying to keep himself pumped up, not succumb to the stress, succumb to the nerves. His team's got a lot riding on him, not trying to fall into a bigger hole than they already are. 7-0. But if Huffy has anything to say about it, this game will be over this set will be over in however long it takes. 78 to even more now. It's very close. If he didn't air dodge there, that could have been a massive momentum swing for TLA.
Exactly. TLA, he got a lot of damage on DDD with 94, but that's not going to be enough if you want to try to get a stock off unless you get him towards the ledge where you had him on that first stock and then use your smash attack. Right now, it's still a pretty close game. Now Cuffy's trying to even it out with the damage ratios. So let's see what happens here. It looks like a bunch of ledge game for both of them. There's that super jump again that he likes to try to get some damage off of instead of just recover for it.
It's a cheeky little. It's a gimmick. It's cheeky. It's a thing that you can do against players that are trying to stick themselves in dash dance. In the initial dash in this game, rather committal.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
TLA is slowly beginning to adjust his mentality a little bit, realize that there are alternative win conditions that he has at his disposal. So yet another very close SD.
Ooh, he tried to. He was trying to get the try to take that opening if he could. Try to do the either forward smash or something like that. But the stars with the super jump just came in a way to just break up anything that was going to happen to him. That's what's deadly about the super jump, or I should say, what's convenient about it, because anyone trying to attack you while you're wide open, they got to pick the right angle, because those stars, they won't do the most damage off you, but they'll just push you away to give you some distance, clear some space.
Tries to roll back to ledge, finally ends up baiting out the offensive option from ledge from Cuffy. Wow, did he lose his lead that quickly after all that? He really did. Oh, everything fell apart just in a matter of seconds. TLA looked like he had realized what his you know what? Back and forth as the pendulum swings. As soon as TLA manages to make a huge play to get that stock off first, kind of identify the alternative win condition that Sonic has at his disposal, more so than any other character, Huffy brings it back in a blink of an eye.
Nice catch. I'll tell you what, this is one of the better King DDD players in the EGF series. There's him, and then there is, let me think of his name, but I think it's Papa Smurf for Marquette University that uses King DDD, but this guy Cuffy, he knows how to properly use him instead of just using King DDD to just get a bunch of damage. He can strategically use them and read his opponents and read what King DDD needs to do to keep himself in the game.
Wow,
that
really?
Did it. That did it. Nice.
That's hilarious.
That was very, very surprising, but a great win for Cuffy and King DDD and St. Peter University. They take the second match of this set, and now with a one-stock victory, giving them a favorable 10-0 lead over Ryder University. What a match that was.
That was a tragedy. We watched the tragedy in motion as, man, it really looked like Cuffy had so much, or Cuffy had lost all of the lead that he had built up in that final stock. just the matter of perspective that was going on as everything started to fall apart. Like a couple full spin dash combos back and forth across the stage. TLA really starting to move, and he went deep for the edge guard, which isn't even a bad play. But Cuffy looked absolutely ready for it and caught him holding forward. Poor DI. Everything fell apart right there at the end, and in a matter of seconds, he went from riding high to the lowest of lows, down 10-0.
Yeah, and
and Suzumi is taking the stage for St. Peter's.
Yes, and going back to that last game on that very last stock, I'm not even sure if Cuffy was trying to make a really great read and take him out like that. I was just thinking he was just covering himself away from some damage. But I mean,
That's what I mean.
That could have been. That was the strategy all along. And just well played by Cuffy. Well done from TLA as well. Didn't quite get the match, or didn't get any points he did. But being a little guy like Sonic, he was able to stick it in very well and was up for the challenge. Too bad he did walk away from the win. But Cuffy helps St. Peter's increase their lead, and now we're going for the next matchup. Azumi versus ESR. That is the Sonic Ray, I believe.
Yes, that seems to be. And now keep in mind, all the players out there, you don't have to make reads offensively and like really calling out your opponent's defensive habits. You can know when you're on the back foot that your opponent is going to overextend, and that's what Cuffy took advantage of. But if his name is the Sonic Ray, we might see another hedgehog spin around into this arena once more.
Surprise, ladies and gentlemen, Shadow makes his match debut. Nah, I'm just playing around.
That'd be awesome. That'd be hilarious.
That would be, what a debut that would be for all of us. That would be a treat. But, alas, it could be another Sonic. And Azumi, I believe, if I'm looking at the icon correctly, it's like maybe those two witches from the Wario game. I don't know, UBL. Am I guessing
no,
correctly?
I think they are from WarioWare, but I don't
WarioWare.
believe that Azumi plays Wario. I'm trying to remember from previous team debuts. I believe they might be Robin. I don't recall. And the Sonic Ray, while we can speculate that he is Sonic, he himself is Sonic the Hedgehog. He plays Sonic. There's certainly 80 other characters that he can pull out of his hat.
Yep, that's the beauty of this first greeting. We're still trying to predict what characters they're going to use and if they're going to be a favorable matchup against each other, and then we make our character picks, and then we totally get our character picks wrong, and then we move on to the next one. That's
always
the beauty of it. That is indeed the beauty. But yes, it would be indeed. If Azumi is Robin, then I think Robin's one of the pretty versatile character to use with all the spells and magic. We saw a Robin character in the last set just take on Joker and then just fully dominate that whole match. We saw the recovery being put to use to spike the opponent, and then really using all the special spells that they got to their advantage. So I definitely expect to see that if we do see Robin in there. Just all the versatility that Robin has. It's going to be an interesting matchup nonetheless.
And both players still going through their bans, trying to decide on the proper stage for the situation. Of course, St. Peter's feeling rather comfortable winning both games by the same score. 5 points on the board for each time. They can certainly keep that. If they can keep that momentum going, then this might be a rather quick 5-0 sweep. As there comes the final ban. PS2, of course. Starter Stadium back in full force.
Here we go. We need the virtual audience from the Pokemon Stadium right in there to just cheer on these fighters that are in there, to cheer them on from wherever they're playing in their computers. So that's a good reason why we get PS2. which is not the console.
Nope.
If you guys are wondering.
Stadium, good old Stadium, Pokemon Stadium, the sequel.
Yes, indeed. Which, by the way, I don't know if anyone saw that Post Malone Pokemon. I did not. I'm just
Me
wondering to see
neither.
if that was good. Oh, it is Wario. Look at that.
But it is the Sonic Ray Wario.
Oh, a little flip flop right there, and then we get Fox from Azumi. Okay, so this is. I'm not sure which matchup I would pick right here. Fox has better. I think Fox has some better combos, faster speed. But Wario can just. Yeah, Wario can just chew people and use that motorcycle.
Yeah, Wario is. Well, if you're depending on how you define combos, Wario has much more raw, true stuff. But Fox can swarm and juggle faster than just about any other character. That's kind of his trademark throughout the Smash series. That Fox's speed keeps him always in the reckoning of the high and the top echelon of characters. And GSR looks like he's been getting kind of flooded based on Izumi's raw offense. Gotta be careful with this lag, but
yeah, whatever hit next that Sonic Ray will take would be his last hit he takes after that first stock. Already just already under 160% damage to Fox's 62. So this is danger territory for Wario.
We're kind of reaching the percents that Fox Illusion will start.
What
Killing.
What happened?
It looks like a trade on the Illusion with yet another movement. Okay, the good and the bad of Fox McCloud. While he can smother you, he can juggle you, and he can put up so much damage in the blink of an eye, while also keeping himself perfectly safe as he does so. Fox is just as light. He's as light as a feather, bottom 5 weight, which can ruin all of the offense and all of the momentum that Fox can get. Because if he just makes 1 or 2 mistakes, then it ends up being all over. But Izumi's looking to rebuild where he left off, 96.
Yes, indeed.
And he's waiting.
Yep, you gotta be careful around a thick boy like Wario. They easily take some damage away. I'm not sure on like Fox's first stock. I'm not sure if he was even at 100% yet. I can't remember off the top of my head. So yeah, probably around 92, I believe. And then Fox quickly, with the speed, at a 171% Wario to just retaliate with under 2 seconds and take away that stock, evening the matchup pretty well. You know, we look at the percentages right here. Obviously, the percentages right now favor Fox, but the thickness of Wario can just take out Fox right there. But Fox ain't gonna let that happen right now as he just whips out a stock.
Yeah, Izumi looks far more comfortable at these lower percents. Again, just missing the jab block. But you're already playing a 2-stock game against Wario. That waft should be on deck, unless he must have used it because he's not flashing. But the waft will absolutely be on deck soon. Not full waft, but half waft still absolutely devastating.
Everyone knows you never go full waft. You don't wanna do that to your arena. Just clear out everybody.
Oh, he died, yeah.
And we're not gonna get a full waft here after all, just the half one, as Fox takes this first victory right here of the match, giving it a 1, surviving with one was it 1 stock or 2 stocks? I believe
it was a 1-stock game.
Stock. All right, so 1 stock for Azumi to survive this first game here for round 2, and really just the speed of Fox has just been a kind of a problem. You know, he had Wario had the chance to take out Fox in whatever possibilities. He did get that first stock, obviously, with as Fox being as light as he is, able to just easily take away a stock. But honestly, you gotta protect yourself as well. You know, you can pump out your bike and then just eat it, just try to regain some health every once in a while and try to just survive best you can. We saw that a couple times.
It doesn't lower his percentage.
I thought it did.
No, it builds up the waft gauge faster.
Oh, okay.
So
Well,
that's
never mind.
It's
Everyone
still
ignore
worthwhile to do. I mean, bike is certainly one of Wario's more interesting tools and arguably one of his better ones, both for its utility as a recovery route, its offensive presence as just a standalone item, extends her hitboxes, all of that good stuff. Alas, Azumi just looked, while at low percent, Azumi looked just absolutely dominating. Whenever they would land any sort of dash attack, any sort of down tilt, like they knew at the very least their routes, reacting to Sonic Ray's DI, often DI in, allowed him to convert into up airs rather seamlessly, not have to do anything special. But once they would lose, once their juggle combo would end, once they would get like a solid 70, 80, 90%, that was when TSR had the plenty of opportunities to stuff recoveries, to bring stuff, to build percent rather quickly, and even in the case of the first stock, take out Azumi sub 100. So there was definitely room for improvement if you're Azumi. You're glad that you won game one, but you're not comfortable with exactly how you ended up doing it, because there was so much wiggle room for TSR to shore up his play and turn it into a 2-stock the other way.
Exactly. I think he just needs to. There's some decisions he made that he probably wish he could take back and do this over again. And either way, that's kind of like what that first game is for. Just trying to feel out your opponent, and then that's what should be like the first stock of the game. Should be just feeling out your opponent. Okay, what will he do next? What can I make him do to force him into a position where I can beat him and turn my abilities against his? So that's probably that could have been what he was thinking right there. So let's see the adjustments they make in this second matchup as we go to Yoshi Island as this matchup goes underway. So this is going to be an interesting stage change for these guys, utilizing the ledge platforms. And oh, how unfortunate for TSR, the Sonic Ray already down to stock. No damage even given yet, but now we got damage obviously right now. Just an unfortunate SD right there, but let's see if he can just capitalize off that. But Azumi's just not letting off the gas.
Yeah, and he's got no reason to. Fox is the quintessential rush down type character in this game. He gets everything off coming in and making your opponents come in. As this, I wanted to allude to earlier, this was not the best of stage choices. Wario gains much of making your opponent come in as he finishes off the combo yet again, shoring up the weaknesses in his game plan, in his gameplay that were left open, as this could end in a lightning quick 3-stock if TSR doesn't do something to stop Azumi just running all over him. Another one, okay, barely missing that up air, which would have ended the game for sure.
That would have been super quick if he landed that. But yeah, that was just an unfortunate start for Sonic Ray in the beginning. A little slight SD there, a little malfunction right there. Already busting out the WAF, and now he's just getting it and now make it just insult to injury at the very end. A 2-stock victory win and a two stocks 2-minute win for Azumi in this matchup, and then add up another 2 points for the win, gives a 15-0 lead over Rider University. St. Peter just feeling very good and confident about themselves right now.
Yeah, just washed their hands of that set. Azumi realized, like, oh, okay, I'm missing my fair drawing. I'm not getting close enough to get the jab reset. Really finishing combos, getting the platform resets that I want to seal out some stocks, and I'm letting him come in a little bit too quick. I'm letting him survive longer than he should. So while that SD is tragic, it didn't look like the type of gameplay that TSR was doing was going to make any sort of challenge, given how Azumi approached that game too and closed it in such dominating fashion.
Exactly, he was just really quick, especially on that very last, as soon as Wario just unleashed his WAF, he just came out swinging right after that and just finished the immediately before you get a chance to blink. You know, Fox's combos had they're very, very special they're very, very special combos from anybody in this game that plays Fox. We didn't really quite see a bunch of combos from Fox in this game, but all his movesets he picked, all the hits he took, all the air, every chance he got Wario up in the air, it was just Wario just had no answer to just retaliate and try to control any middle ground. It was all Azumi, just all the way in that very last matchup.
Meanwhile, Mediocre comes in and don't be fooled by his name. He seems to be quite ready, eagerly anticipating his time to show up in this set. Facing off against Inferno. Hopefully we can see Mediocre put some points on the board for Rider University, but with how things are going down now, this St. Peter's looks like they're just ready to ride this wave into the finale, or into the penultimate and ultimate set. Unless Mediocre has something to say about it. He's fighting for his school, he's fighting for his pride, he's fighting for just about everything at this point, with a big fat goose egg waiting for him if he doesn't.
Exactly. If you're Mediocre, as the Inferno is indicating he might play as.
Oh, excuse me.
She is playing as. But better be ready, because honestly, if you go up against Bowser, it's gonna be quite the challenge. Biggest character in the game, very vast moveset, very, very powerful moveset. Quick moves, quick attacks too for a quick character too, I would say. A few of them at least. So, if you go up against Bowser, say a prayer. That's all I will say.
Yeah. Have you subscribed to a type of gameplay where, like, man, they don't really get to play for a little bit, from 0 to 70 or 80, but from that point on, that's where they thrive. And Bowser's kind of the ultimate rendition of that. He's so fast, he's so strong, and while he does struggle to land, and he does struggle to get down, to get off the ledge, to reset neutral, if you give him that chance, Bowser will make you pay for it. So it's going to be up to Mediocre to see if she will give him that chance, assuming that it is Bowser at all. As bans are coming through.
Exactly. I'm guessing to see PS2. I mean, I'm guessing that we've seen that a lot, so we might get a PS2 stage. I don't want to necessarily see another Yoshi Island stage. That's just a stage. It has its advantages, but I mean, honestly, I think the disadvantages kind of outweigh it too, in a way.
Oh, I really like that stage. I think it's really
like a stage.
I think it's sick.
I think, well, you know, it's probably just me complaining that I can never win stage, but that's just me as the player, just being like, you know, I can't win, so. But I'm not playing, I am commentating on what they got, so it's going to be interesting to see how they utilize the stage of whatever they play. Bowser versus, I'm going to say, Mario.
Their profile is Fire Emblem characters, so could be Lucina, could be Marth.
It could be anybody.
Could be Corrin.
Yes.
I don't know, just postulating. A very interesting banning process from what I'm looking at here. Mediocre has decided to not ban any stage. And they're currently... Okay, now... deliberating on whether that was legal or not, but the bans finally come in from Mediocre, banning Pokemon Stadium 2 and Battlefield, with Inferno banning Town and City. So the choice is FD. That'll be for game 1.
All right.
Both players going to be hopping into the arena after they set this and get ready to go.
Yes, the final destination is going to be the first destination for these two fighters, obviously, and Inferno's ready to fight. in there, and then we'll see Mediocre jump in just a quick second. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, and on Final Destination, it's going to be an interesting matchup to see. There we go. And now we're just going to wait for the battle to start. And we're not even going to see Bowser, but we will see Corrin, as you call. So we're going to see Little Mac. This is going to be an interesting matchup to see.
Oh, I think I've seen this Little Mac before. He's not bad. He's not bad. He's definitely got some. Well, he's got some of that Little Mac fundamentals, which if you know Little Mac fundamentals, that being I'm not leaving the ground if I don't have to. Please let me go to FD, and lo and behold, here we are.
Yeah, exactly. You know, the recovery for Lil Mac, obviously top tier, one of the godliest recoveries you could possibly get off of Little Mac. You can't even beat him with that. I'm being sarcastic, obviously. Yeah. I hope you guys know that, just so you know. But now we get to see Corrin lose the first stock, and now it's just 2-0 with Lil Mac sitting at a pretty favorable position. Now he's starting to lose that favor just ever so slightly. Ooh, and a nice counter from Mediocre. Definitely was a pretty top tier counter, not a mediocre counter at all. And now it's back to an even 2-stock game.
Yeah, and Mediocre seems like they want to play this very much like spacing out type of game. At the very least, they're aware of that. But if you keep landing with down air and trying to approach with pin, the game will not be ending great for you. Like, look at all these down airs that are coming out. Like, if she's over the stage, it's counter or down air. There, yep.
Ooh, that was pretty close, avoiding that up air right there. Good down air to attack, not the up air, excuse me, and the KO punch.
You cannot shield that. That's counts as a grab. It's a command hit. Will go right through your block. Good spacing on the F smash, trying to land that tipper, but if you're gonna be playing on the ground against Little Mac and not respecting the amount of armor that he has, this set will end sooner than you can say go. With percent slowly starting to attack on Mediocre, that air dodge is great, but kind of the stage choice is much more punishing than expected. Looking at from Mediocre. She's just kind of faltering through trying to land against Little Mac. Once they do find their footing, their ground game hasn't been bad, but committing to these down airs every single time you try to land, or every other time they try to land, is gonna give plenty of cause for Inferno to use Little Mac's most prominent feature, his copious amount of super armor.
Exactly. Every time you try to do a superhero landing from the, it's not gonna work every single time, because eventually your opponent's gonna be like, hey, you're gonna just keep doing that. Okay, I'm just gonna adjust real quick, and then I'm just gonna time it perfectly to once you land. Just take your time to land so that I can just deal some damage off of you. So yeah, a few adjustments will need to be made, but great start. Good work from Mediocre to stay in the game all stocks through, all burning through every stock except one for Inferno. So if you've got a good feel of your opponent, then you gotta keep in mind, if you're going up against Lil Mac, try to get him off stage more often, because try to get him off and then under, because the up special, it ain't gonna get you very high. So if you can get him down low, then you can get a easy stock off there, and then try to get some points for yourself.
Yeah, it's Mediocre seemed like they had like some solid root gameplay ideas. Like they knew what tools were good with Corrin and how to kind of approach playing the game. But Inferno adapted so much quicker to how Mediocre wanted to play defensively, and Mediocre didn't seem like they wanted to push offensively either. So by letting Little Mac freely recover and not get any sort of interruption, even if no move was thrown out, just the sheer presence can sometimes scare the Little Mac player into making their recovery ever so slightly off. but Mediocre were not pushing offensively and committing to the same type of defensive options really broke down their pretty solid neutral. And Inferno will take that every single day of the week.
Exactly. You know, we don't see a lot of Lil Max in tournament play, but Inferno's definitely used Lil Mac pretty well to his advantage. The speed he's got, anytime he's dodged, he can, you know, there's a short time between when he dodges and then when he comes into an attack afterwards. It's pretty short, so he can quickly get some attacks after he dodges. So pretty good defense from him, or like some evading, dodging attacks. I consider that defense. Everyone considers that defense. So great move from him. We'll expect to see that more often. I believe they might not. I don't think there will be a character change in this one, as we'll see more of Corin and we'll see more of Lil Mac in this upcoming matchup. And it's going to be interesting to see which stage they're going to take on next here.
Yeah, slowly decided, and deciding is quite the challenge in this case. Not because she's okay. Okay, looks like we're heading to Pokemon Stadium 2 then, as the bands come out.
Alrighty, this is gonna be so now. Mediocre's gonna have some platforms to use, and now Lil Mac's gonna. I don't know. We'll probably still see Lil Mac either way, but platforms and Lil Mac. I don't know. Interesting combination right there.
They don't mesh, but while PS2 is fine, like biplats are usually fine because the platforms are rather small. There's Little Mac can still reach those platforms with a lot of with some less committal buttons. He doesn't have to worry about a stage like Battlefield and opponents camping on the top platform. He doesn't have to worry about Town and City or Lilac Cruise, where they're just always accessible. PS2's platforms are rather thin, not great for just wholly standing on the entire game, though they can be used for decent circle camping strategies. But Little Mac doesn't have to worry about. He doesn't usually have to worry about those smaller PS2 platforms getting in the way, and he can freely take over the entire floor of that stadium. Will Mediocre commit to that, though? Will Mediocre really put to the test her patience and her camping ability on this stage? We'll have to see.
Exactly. We'll see at this matchup. Oh, I thought we were going to start, but nope. I guess not. Little adjustments. Really
waiting it out. Perhaps a character swap in addition to the stage. Not feeling the Corin. Kind of certain buttons from Corin a little bit too tempting, perhaps. Some options like that down air, it seemed like, or counter, proving that while they are indeed strong. Oh no! Just kind of take whatever thought process I was putting together there and throw it out the window, because she is still the Corin.
Yeah, I think you just broke down what they were playing. So like, oh no, we got to go back to the original plan. They know everything, which obviously trendy in these days and age, caster curses and everything. But now let's see this matchup. Let's see what adjustments they have made as we hit into this brawl. Already a great counter to start the match.
And the air dodge now, a little bit cheeky, and using that range to Mediocre's advantage. Wow, is he dead? Yeah, he's just gone.
Okay, Mediocre already busting out the moves as Corin already seeing a little bit of improvement. Only 30 seconds went by as she takes away the very first stock of the match, claiming it. Only 53 damage on her part. Now struggling a little bit to land more damage after that stock. Just needs to figure out a way to get some power into that, and that was a great down air to get some damage off of that. We saw her try to land that the last game, just didn't quite work out as well as it did this time.
Yeah, oh man, like these down airs will get you punished again, but Inferno kind of has a similar habit going on. Whenever he's landing on stage, he's throwing out these counters, but the cross up on the dash attack, Mediocre did not seem ready for that. Who knows if Inferno is even ready for that either. He threw away his ace in the hole. That KO punch will have to. It'll be online again soon, but perhaps not even before the next stock of Inferno gets washed away by Mediocre.
Exactly, and a quick switcheroo with that punch going the other way. And now it's going to be interesting to see. There's that counter again. Oh, man.
Counter
Takes
for counter.
away another stock. Already seeing that more often. And perfectly timed well, too. Not using it so often. And where Inferno can guess, okay, there's the pattern of where the counter is going to happen. And instead just spreading it out. Being wool diverse. Try to stick to other movesets. And then we'll see. So this is going to be... Mediocre still very much in this matchup.
Oh, and the rapid jab powering through. That's going to be what it takes. KO punch. He wants to save that if he can. See if he can wrap this stock up with just a. Oh no, not saving it apparently. Just trying to end stock as he goes. Not angling his smash attacks either. When you angle up or down, it applies a different effect, not just in the terms of reach, but upward angled attacks do more knockback, while downward angles do more shield damage. Alas, Inferno gets pushed back regardless.
The shameful recovery, and that is Ryder's very first victory of the game of the set. As Mediocre takes a 2-stock win over Inferno in this matchup, giving her a good old 2 points, giving Ryder 2 points over or under St. Peter's 16. So now they're in contention. They're on the board. They will not fully be swept at all.
Yeah, hopefully it's feeling good for Ryder. You're not being shut out by itself casts a huge weight off of your shoulders. Now you can start playing a little bit more loose, a little bit more flexible. Like you're not dealing with the stress of lack of morale, where it's like, man, we're just like so terrible, like we're not doing anything right. Well, you are doing something right, as there's at the very least 2 points on the board, a game win under your belt. Let's see if you can ride this momentum further.
Exactly. So now, as we switch into this final game of the matchup, we'll see our first game 3 finally in this set, as Inferno and Mediocre making bans, making character adjustments, maybe not. I don't think we'll see any character adjustments. But as we move into this next set here, this is going to be interesting to see how many of these guys are gonna, how these guys are gonna respond to each other. Mediocre definitely responded very well after that very first matchup. Definitely was very much in the game in the first matchup, going only taking 2 out of 3 stocks from Inferno, but now getting a 2-stock lead over Inferno in the last matchup. So we'll see how these characters respond. We saw a lot of counters in this last spot, and they were mostly successful. A lot of them for sure, mostly successful for Mediocre's side over Inferno's side. Inferno definitely used his counter to recover. I noticed he would just wait for the projectile to hit, and then counter, and then just quickly take the side swap. That's a very good method to use if you're going up against a character with projectiles.
It's kind of the quintessential mix-up for both characters. Are they going to land with a hitbox, or are they going to land with a counter? Because or land with nothing at all. It's an eternal 50-50 or eternal coin flip that both sides are currently trying to struggle with, currently trying to deal with. I'm surprised we're not seeing more grabs, but here is the Bowser. As if you're looking for grabs, Bowser's definitely gotten that on deck, and we do go back to FD. I'm surprised this wasn't banned.
Yeah, I wonder if Mediocre was just warming up on that stage, just wanted to get a feel for it, and now is a little more familiar with that as she goes against Inferno. And now this is dangerous. One, if you're used to fighting Little Mac, and now you're switching over to Bowser. Now you gotta readjust what movesets you got, and then also it's Bowser. He's one of the best characters, if not the best character in the game, with a bunch of movesets to go. But right now, I mean, Mediocre handling him very, very well. Oh, very well, I should say. Again, the counter. So this is gonna be good so far.
Yeah, if Inferno keeps trying to be really aggressive with just raw hitboxes and hold forward and take no prisoners, take no excuses, accepting no substitutions, then Mediocre doesn't really have to change her game plan all that much. The pins have been working out well. These multi-hits powering through the tough guy. She's starting to retreat with a lot of these pins as opposed to head straight forward, which definitely helps in terms of the survivability front. Mediocre's coverage is looking really good right now.
Yeah, definitely just playing pretty conservatively against Bowser character. Obviously lost her first stock in the game, but still at a favorable percentage range right there. And now I would try to stick to those aerials if you could, but just the recovery just kind of left you a little wide open there. But now still in a favorable position for Mediocre to run away with this victory.
That air dodge up was very clutch for Inferno, as that survivability of Bowser is really going to what keeps him in this set, because he's not done anything too ridiculous. Yet again.
The counter again. I mean, you would think you would probably just realize, hey, she's using a lot of counters more often, so you better be aware of those, and whenever you could be left wide open for those counters. So, gotta try again. So he might try to switch that again.
Oh, hey, there it is.
A ninja kick. Ninja kick.
Yeah, finally hitting that big drop kick when he needs it. Waiting out the counter ever so much. Okay, getting a little bit thirsty. Not looking. It's not a move you can throw out too often. Even with the deficit though, Bowser can do plenty. Not like that though. Oh, falling in the black.
Counter and counter and counter. Those were the ways to take out Bowser. Inchit, that was an incredible clutch performance from Mediocre. And now Rider University gets points on the board, taking their first match of the set, leaving it 16-5. And now we got one match left. It looks like Yoshi Man and 5 points going up against each other. So if you're Rider University, you got the obvious way to win this game, win the set, possibly 3 stock, then 3 stock, and then you have 2 extra points. So that's 8. 5. So 5 plus 8 is 13. So
no, it is not possible.
It's not possible, unfortunately, but already so St. Peter has already won this game, already the set. But Rider University has a chance to just get some more points and just improve their point differential so that they can improve their standings so they don't fall so short and keep in contention, So credit to Mediocre right there, because Rider University is the 18th seed of, I believe the 18th seed, going up against St. Peter, ranked number 8, going up against the top 10 team. So credit to Mediocre taking them on. But now, as she gave some points to Rider University, that could help them a little bit once again. But we'll see how they go up against these last 2 fighters go up against each other to see if Rider University can get more points, or will St. Peter just keep dominating in this match?
Well, this will be what seems like the captain for St. Peter's rounding out the game. heading straight into this set. Bans have been rather quick. 5 points and 5 points and Yoshi Man ready for the play, and it's gonna be Byleth and Bowser Jr. Not often, plenty of not often seen characters, and Bowser Jr. is certainly one of the lesser picked crew, as FD is gonna continue to be the stage, a pretty popular pick in the past couple games.
Indeed. Bowser Jr., as you said, not a lot of people pick him, but I don't think he's a scrub character at all. He's got projectiles with that cannonball, the bomb, those projectiles. They're not like projectiles, like Link projectiles to be used, but we definitely will be seeing him a lot in this matchup right here. So he's definitely not a scrub character, can bust out some pretty good moves. Byleth, on the other hand, got some pretty snazzy moves. If they land, they will kill you. They will take away the stock if they land properly. So this is going to be one matchup that's kind of unpredictable for me to see, because I think the characters are just kind of versatile, and can't wait to see what we got.
Versatile maybe, but absolutely both of them are rather slow. While Bowser Jr. has the access to the Koopa Con cart, not respecting the eject, as 5 points loses his first stock of the day. While the Koopa Con cart does help out for that speed, Byleth doesn't have anything like that, and Junior will have to rely solely on that to get from one place to the other. But you know what? That was a real nice string. I thought
that was about to be another stock right there. I'm not gonna lie. Wow, that quick. Dang.
And with full use of the Mecha Koopas to turn things around, to turn stage control into advantage, Yoshi Man has been flying throughout this game one, up 3 stocks to 1 and 5 points. It looks like he's too busy trying to figure out how to properly counterplay some of the simpler options from Bowser Jr., like what to do against Mecha Koopa, against the Concar when it charges, like how long should I be blocking against this cannonball, all of that stuff. That when Yoshi Man comes in with the mix-ups, comes in looking for these up tilts, he's not ready.
Exactly. You just got to be prepared whenever they come at you, because and that goes back to Bowser Jr.'s versatility, and there goes Yoshi Man's first stock of the match, but still at a favorable position, kind of still leaning more towards him. But either way, the versatility from Bowser Jr. with the Calm Car, as you said, can be pretty lethal. You're trying to avoid that cannonball, maybe try to jump over it, maybe try to block in, and then all of a sudden there he comes charging in that car. Are you gonna keep that shield? Because if you do, you're gonna waste a little bit of that shield. Your best move is to try to dodge it, but you just gotta try to read it perfectly.
Yeah, no shortage of range on the side of Byleth. As Bowser Jr. kind of privy to quite a bit of a threat as he tries to keep 5 points pinned down in the corner, but 5 points fighting his way right through the Bowser Jr. and that should be, that is a stock despite the reduction on damage that Bowser Jr. gets from. Oh, that'll be it. Yeah,
that'll be it indeed. But credit to 5 points sticking to it in this game, not letting off, not giving up, able to make this only a 1 stock victory instead of a 2 stock or a 3 stock victory. Great job from him. But at the end of the day, Yoshi Man, Rider University, runs away with this first match with just giving them 1 point. And now we go to game 2. We'll wait for the characters to make their bans, and we'll see how each team adjusts. And here we go.
Some bans are coming through. Waiting on both teams. Stated, but didn't look great coming out from 5 points. Not gonna lie, he looked like he was trying to fake. It looked like it was his first time playing against a even remotely competent Bowser Jr. And Yoshi Man looked like he knew at the very least his stuff. He knew what kind of combos he could get. Stuff like the eject into the hammer swing, up B into the or up B 2 when Bowser Jr. is ejected from the cart. He swings that hammer. Coverage with the Mecha Koopa, knowing the 3-stage pressure that Bowser Jr. can put in the corner where he's at his forward smash being safe on shield, as well as a very long-lasting multi-hit. The jab also killing, which natively covers things like spot dodge. And you always have to look out for the grab, as forward throw now also is a kill throw, thanks to the one of the more recent patches in this game.
Exactly. So this is going to be, we got a nice little technical difficulty coming up here. So it looks like we got to quickly reset the, what do you call it? The arena. And then we'll get right back to you. But in the meantime, just stick around as we walk through more about what went down here and what to expect in this next game. So we saw projectiles, obviously, for Yoshi Man with the bombs and the cannonball, and then obviously the car coming in clutch as well. But then we also see the the side smash attacks with those little drill handles going on. Those came in clutch as well to finish it off. If you're 5 points and you still stick with Byleth, it's going to be interesting to see how you adjust to those projectiles, because you can shoot. We saw the bow and arrow shoot those cannonballs, and that's a way to block them. Obviously, you can just use the standard shield, or block them, but really a best way to dodge the what do you call it, cannonballs, is just jump in the air, keep away from the bombs, and then probably throw in the little side special where you spin your thing, the air heart. I think that's what I said. I think that's how you say it. But
I mean, the spear?
Sure, the spear.
Go ahead. I don't remember what its name is.
Yeah, the side special. But yeah, we haven't seen a lot of the most special we've seen was I would say the bow and arrow, and that just hasn't really worked to his advantage. So whatever attacks he got more, he's got a very, very great smash attack. Versatility wise, he's got pretty good range on him, so keep your distance from Bowser Jr., but he's going to try to do the same as well.
Okay, well, there's the answer to that question. The lance is named Airhead Bar. Airhead Bar. The axe is Frykugo. Frykugo. And the bow is the Fail Knot.
Okay.
With the sword being the sword of the creator. I have not played Fire Emblem Three Houses.
I have not played Fire Emblem, period. So,
that'll do it.
Exactly. So, and it looks like our arena's back up, thankfully. So we're gonna get, we got 5 points. We're working on getting Yoshi Man back into this game pretty quickly here. So this is going to be interesting. I think after we get Pyra and Mithra, by the way, guess what? It is going to be another Fire Emblem character. I don't know how many they can keep pulling
They're not from Fire Emblem.
I'm not talking about Pyra and Mithra. I'm saying afterwards they'll get, Sakurai will pull in another.
Oh, no. They're not. Fire Emblem games don't come out that frequently to warrant another new edition. Like, it'll be someone else. Well, it'll probably be a first-party character, but it won't be another Fire Emblem character.
Well, I think we can rest easy knowing that it probably won't be a Fire Emblem. And another King DDD coming in to replace Bowser Jr. This is an interesting choice. Bowser Jr. worked pretty well, but now we're going to see a new character come in. And we've seen King DDD used a lot. This is the second one. We saw Koopy.
Same skin, too.
DDD. Exactly, the same
Cuffy.
skin. Cuffy. Sorry, Cuffy. You know what I mean. But now, so Definitely the thickness factor goes to Yoshi Man, the one and only DDD user. We see a lot of inhales being used, really trying to use that jet hammer there. That's something you want to use. Me personally, if you use that jet hammer, that's something you want to use once your opponent's a little bit higher damage right there, because a fully charged jet hammer definitely does a lot of damage. I mean, given the right positioning, you can probably get a stock, but just get enough damage on him first and then pull it out.
Man, 5 Points has been playing this set, and he's got a good, just raw idea of like the way Smash functions, and he's been doing rather well in these close quarter situations, using the neutral air as an all-purpose tool, as it tends to be for a lot of characters, but Byleth especially. No jump. No, he did have his. Now he's got no jump.
Yeah. Great edge guarding move with the the Gordos, just keeping away, and you also had him wide open for just a little bit, just held that jet hammer a little too long. But other than that, great edge guard move to keep away 5 Points from the ledge. Oh, that was a great stock taken away from 5 Points, just evening this game just like that. You never expect a heavy hit from Byleth, but Byleth does have them.
But hey, these combos are really starting to come together for 5 Points. A pretty nice string after connecting 2 nairs with the reset. Yoshi Man's going to have to put something together, and he looks like he has. Taking back center, and then yet another jet hammer, and he lands it. Okay,
nice
sure.
And that was a pretty good damage percentage to use that jet hammer, and obviously interrupting that deadly arrow use right there. But yeah, definitely landing that jet hammer. That was the first jet hammer landed by any of the King DDDs we saw of this series, or of any matchup there was. So great work from Yoshi Man using that jet hammer perfectly, and now he's got a chance to just close it off right here. Does he not get enough jump?
He's dead.
He does not. It is a 2-stock victory for Yoshi Man and our mains King DDD. Well done from Yoshi Man, giving Ryder a little bit of confidence, a little bit of boost. Still falling 16-10, but you get some points on the board for themselves, not walking away empty-handed.
Man, that's kind of textbook play of how to play against Byleth. While 5 Points wasn't spacing their moves as well as he should have been, oftentimes not landing with his forward air, doing it a little bit too close, getting the hitbox instead of that pure tipper. Yoshi Man took a lot of the offensive capabilities of Deity and took it all in stride. With one of the moves that probably you should never really be hit by if you can help it ever, in that jet hammer. But it's kind of ended strong for Ryder University, taking the final 2 sets to close what would that be? It would be a 10-16 finale as we get ready to move right along into the next set after a very quick break. We're going to be having DePaul University, who's, if I'm reading chat right, is prepared and ready to go, like ripping roaring, and they'll be facing off against Niagara University, who is currently getting prepared. So hold on to your hats and be ready for some action, as EGF, the EGF Circuit Smash League will be coming right back real soon. Hello everybody, welcome back to the EGF League. We're ready. We're getting ready and set for you guys with DePaul and Niagara, both teams banning and setting up for their respective first legs. I'm joined by Soysaurus.
Hey, how's it going, UBL?
Hey, it's been a night. We just had a pretty interesting set with St. Peter's against Ryder. Ryder ending strong, but not able to come back fully against St. Peter's. But I'm real excited for the set we have coming up. But DePaul University, quite the killer, and Niagara no slouch of their own.
Yeah, DePaul is absolutely, they are, I think, one of the titans of this league. I believe they're something along the lines of 10-1 last I checked. So they are, they feel like one of those championship contending rosters, and Niagara, maybe not so much, but they've had their shots at some of these upper teams in the past. It feels kind of week to week with them. Consistency being issues, here and there. They've certainly got talent on this roster, but some of the matchups they've come up across, throughout the season just haven't always been to their benefit. So I'm kind of curious to see how this one plays out.
Yeah, it'll certainly be a show to remember. If Niagara is a team like I think where they play to their opponents, then what better way to play to your opponent than against the number one team in the league, or at the very least a top contender across all the teams. I don't quite remember their current placement. Last week seems like the bands are starting to go with DePaul choosing ADR as their first player, and Niagara sending Tev with the bands going underway. No Smashville, no FD, and no Pokemon Stadium.
Yeah, should be a good first match to start the day. ADR, I mean, just about everyone on this DePaul roster is usually worth a couple of points considering their record, but ADR specifically, I mean, he's been consistent throughout, worth a handful of points here and there. Tev, I believe, is one of the few Luigi players we have in this league, if I remember correctly. So, interesting to see him, or interesting, I guess, to see Niagara start with Tev early, because Tev is also usually consistent on this Niagara lineup. So, starting off with two heavy hitters, I think.
Yeah, particularly with a Luigi in his scope. Luigi, one of those characters that can blow you up without really thinking about it. One grab, one forward arrow, just the right hit is all it takes. But if ADR knows how to play this right, potentially setting up a matchup, though it would be double blind, that goes poorly for Luigi, they can really take control through just shutting down a prominent player on the other side right from the get-go. It's like you may want to start out like hard and strong, fast and loose, but we've got the skill to shut you down at every opportunity. But we'll have to see how the tables turn.
Yeah, absolutely, and we did see. I mean, you talk about Luigi just from a matchup perspective, of a character that can, absolutely blow you up. We saw Luigi earlier today, just able to pull off a 0 to death, just to show you exactly how explosive this character can be. ADR, gosh, I swear his character is right on the tip of my tongue, but I don't quite remember it. But still, I know that this DePaul roster, I mean, they probably are looking at this game going, we should be able to come out strong in this one. But like we said, Niagara, they're no slouches in their own right. They've got plenty of talent on their team, so we'll just have to wait and see if their consistency shows up this week or not, or if this is another back to the drawing board type of week for them.
No better way to test your mettle than against a team that has the opportunity to go the distance. Like we get to really see what each one of these players is made of. Individual team members stack up against individual team members, how the collective strategy comes into play. But I really do expect each one of these games to be super close, even if the score doesn't reflect a very close bout.
Yeah, absolutely. And, it's also important, I think, for both of these teams, the way that they play, both of them can kind of be momentum-based, where, if you get off to that early hot start, like that's just a momentum swing for the rest of your team, right? So this very first match will be pivotal, I think, for how the tempo of this set plays out.
And yeah, explains the Ouija first pick and with Tev. If you can end a game in less than a minute or less than 2 minutes, like you're feeling pretty good from there.
Yeah, absolutely. As we await and see where our Tev is still attempting to get into the lobby at this moment, but I mean, this Niagara roster, as we've said before, they've had their ups and downs. They're actually coming off of a win last week against Fairfield, so already feeling a little bit of good karma there. Defeating that Fairfield roster 7-19, that earned them their 4th win of the season. So they're feeling pretty good about themselves heading into this week.
Yeah, I mean that's any win's a good win, and start off just even if you take the W against a team you should beat, it doesn't take much to start a win streak, and just by proving that you can, it shows that you can face off against any team should you have your mind set right. Alas, to get that win, we first need 2 players. So
this is the struggle of the online format. Sometimes there's
really,
just some connection issues here and there.
It really do be like that sometimes. We're gonna get a Thugga prequel with ADR against production, the Munoz Fox, Munoz Wolf.
Tempting fate, tempting fate right there. you can see he's thinking about it. Yeah. Well, I mean, while we have a moment, I'd just like to say thank you to the EGF for putting this on, and thank you to House of 3000 for helping produce this broadcast. I mean, without your guys' help, I don't know what we'd do. So just thank you to everyone at House of 3000 for helping with this production, and thank you viewers for tuning in, because you're the reason we put on these productions. So just thank you for watching.
Of course, every single one of you that ends up like dropping a follow or just here to hang out and watch some good old Smash, then it's always a treat to see everyone coming out here. And of course, we appreciate the House of 3000. If you appreciate them too, like we do, then you could give them a follow at twitch.tv/House of 3000, and all of their various social medias at the same handle, House of 3000. That's 3 zeros at the end of there. Oh, all that good stuff, all the power of production, the work and the team dynamic. You just need Tev.
Just need Tev. He's stalling in anticipation. He's got us on the edge of our seat now.
Okay, so looks like, according to Niagara, internet was having a little bit of issues on his side, but things seem to be smoothing over. They're joining as soon as possible. He's gonna have to make a grand entrance when he comes in here. He's preparing.
He's powering up, I guess. We'll leave it at that.
He's about. Oh man. And the arena shut down.
That's just man, today I don't know what it is about the commentating today. Like between me at South Beach earlier, I swear we like commentators cursed at least 3 players, and now the lobby like.
Yeah, it's been
There's something in the air today. There's something in the air.
The past couple sets have been quite something, I'll say, to say the least. A lot of players just getting a sprinkling of bad luck from the sweet voices of myself and I guess you as well, in addition to Ice. Like, it just it's one of those days, something in the water.
Unfortunate, but yeah, that just happens when we're using the online format. Not everything pans out as you plan it to be. I mean, I can recall a couple of weeks ago, there was an ice storm that hit the East Coast, and so a couple of players, like their internet just went down. They couldn't participate. Teams were struggling to find some players to fill out their roster here and there. But I mean, they were able to eventually get everything straightened out and ready to go, and that's just the case with these things, you know.
You live and you learn. You take the punches as they come. But finally, with the new, he just needed a new arena. He had to be in there. And all right, we're gonna get things going. It looks like Town and City is gonna be the first stage of the night. Ooh. What do we got going here?
Town and City. I mean, that's another one of the first pick stages that we see quite frequently with those triplats and Pac. That's man. I kept thinking about all the characters through that you know. There's so many characters in this game that it's hard to keep track of between tag and player. But now I'm remembering. Yes, ADR. His Pac-Man it is on point, and against Luigi, this is kind of a different type of matchup, not one we typically see.
Yeah, it's going to be a real war of attrition, because by having a character that can blow you up in one hit, but to contrast a character with that, like no slouch of Pac-Man's combo game, doesn't really have to can gain a lot by not approaching, like setting up these walls, charging up the right fruit, being prepared for every interaction that is going to come forward. It's going to come down to a sheer test of patience on both players' part, not trying to do too much. And right now, the early advantage is heading into ADR's favor.
Yeah, and I feel like that sheer test of patience you're talking about, Tev has not lived up to it so far. This is his first real opening off that grab, and he's able to get some nice damage off of it, getting that strong hit of back air. But, I mean, again, that was about his first real opening, and he's eaten about 100% for it, just trying to be aggressive.
Well, and I guess we're currently at a standstill. I'm surprised that ADR removed himself from that left platform, but he ends up getting the stock with the roll onto ledge, and we certainly do take those. As around 100, he's gonna have to start looking out for the throw combo. You know, maybe you won't have to worry about the throw combos if you just don't get grabbed. Just keep pummeling poor Tev into submit. Pac-Man's incredible aerial frame data coming in clutch, showing just who has the powerful combo game here.
And all those combos started off of one mistech too, and that's just a thing about timing. That's just and the snipe off the orange too.
Every single one of those fruit function or power, whatever they individually called those items. It's not all of them are fruit. All of them function slightly differently, as that up smash is going to take the stock finally for Tev. We'll see if he can manage a comeback that Luigi is absolutely capable of, and it all starts with that grab. Or not. Oh, baby.
JV3 on the board for ADR, and I told you there's something in the air today about those caster curses. I mean, you try and get that grab. That's the one thing about Pac-Man, is playing around the hydrant and all the projectiles that Pac-Man can throw out, right? And that's felt like the story of the match. Tev he was so aggressive trying to get in on Pac-Man to do that damage that he ended up just eating chip damage for it. Just percent after percent after percent kept getting stacked on and added on, and eventually just a poor defensive option of air dodging into the Pac-Man F smash led to his last stock being deleted.
And it's such a shame too, because you saw the air dodge come out, and it looked like as he was floating there in all of the directional air dodge that he regretted it. He regretted it so much. He tried to drift away, but Luigi's air drift was not nearly good enough to escape the the charging ADR, waiting for him to come into his loving ghost.
And that's also the thing too about ADR's Pac-Man that I think is so impressive, is that he's got the timings down on his character's movement and his spacing. His proficiency with Pac-Man, it always seems on point. It may not always be like the cleanest of victories, but it certainly never looks like, if he makes a mistake, it feels more like someone pushing the advantage on the other side than him making a poor decision.
And he looked ready to punish a lot of those poor decisions, like as you mentioned, the really reckless approach in. So Luigi has a really solid defensive game of his own, can wall up with that Zair. It would be like rising fair into landing Zair, and that hitbox lasting for 59 frames or something absurd like that. But when you're playing against Pac-Man, who's kind of he can do what you're doing but better, it may take more than a color change on Tev's part to seal out the deal. He's going to adjust. He's going to have to adjust how he approaches the matchup as a whole. But maybe the smaller stage will help.
I think it will help, at least for Tev's playstyle. It felt like, he wants to go in. He wants to rack up all this damage. He wants to do the Luigi combos, right? But here's the thing. I also think that this ends up being a bit of a double-edged sword, because these platforms, if Pac-Man can get you up into the air off the start, he can also rack up all of that percent, and he can use the platforms to try and evade some of these combos as well. That being said, it's practically dead even in percents, both pretty much landing one combo each.
But that's a huge bit of damage there on ADR's part, getting not only the F smash hit, but the hydrant to follow it up. Off stage now though, he's been getting away with these roll-ons pretty consistently. Tev is gonna have to mix up his ledge trapping if he's gonna want to take these stocks just as early as he wants to. Luchalair backing off, utilizing the stage pick against Tev, flowing through these platforms like butter as the cheese ball man ends up taking the first stock.
Yeah, that was a smart forward smash too. Just throw out the strong hitbox. Tev has been playing aggressive all day. He's gonna run into it and catches. Again, Tev being aggressive, able to take that first stock. And actually, I like that idea to go for the mix-up on the grab. That grab doesn't seem particularly strong because of the lasting hitbox, but they're just slightly misspaced it, misread on the getup, or neutral getup, I should say. Still, something to take note of as the set goes on.
Yeah, any data is good data, and he's ready for some of these neutral techs, as proven by the pivot grab. He's made it seem safe, and it's kind of setting up proper conditioning for letting ADR hard punish one of them eventually. It might come down to that final stock, but he's seems pretty content to rest on the power of this orange, letting it clank with the fireballs and pick it right back up. I like the idea there. He was trying to catch a jump out of shield. Tev not giving it to him. So many little Pac-Man gimmicks, and there's not enough time to talk about them all.
No, you're absolutely right. It's like you can tell what ADR's thought process is, kind of, because he's trying to cover these tricky options. But eventually, just a forward smash is just going to get the job done, and ADR with a full stock lead.
He did not have a jump, but Pac-Man's got plenty of recovery tools to make it back. He has Key on deck, and approaching Pac-Man with that isn't as bad as some of his other tools. Key is just a single hit, a damaging one. But speaking of running out of stage, couldn't finish the combo.
He went for an up tilt there, and I thought for a minute we were going to see him go off for a down air, but I think he tried to catch him one last time with that up tilt, but a good fade from ADR to get out of that combo.
If he wrapped it back into up tilt, it could have confirmed into the super jump punch, but it looked like ADR changed up his SDI to be down and away, and just missing that grab. Like it fell at his feet, and poor Tev.
That's so unfortunate too, because if you're Tev, you're thinking, all right, I got him, I got this grab, and then it just, as you said, falls just short, missing the nose of Pac-Man, and it just falls, frames short, and ADR knows it's like, okay, well, whiffed grab, time to punish, and then once again the strong F smash of Pac-Man, able to clean up the stock and able to clean up this set.
Yeah, that was one of the more powerful, one of the strongest raw smash attacks in the game, and it's got some punch behind it, and ADR put that to good use. Whether the punish was, given the circumstances, kind of a tragic fall, but you do take those, as that's a clean 6 points, double 2-stock in the victory for DePaul, starting off rather strong.
Yeah, and this is, more or less the start we expected. Obviously, if you're Niagara, this wasn't the result you wanted, but, ADR is a consistent player on this DePaul roster, and this is, this is another day at the office for him, right? That is a more or less what we expected out of a high-tier team like DePaul.
Yeah, start off, really set the tone, set the pace, see what you're doing, see how you're feeling, and if all else fails, then you've got the rest of your team to back you up. But ADR looked like he is an experienced lead, and showed off why he is DePaul's lead. Just kind of a very clean play from start to finish.
Yeah, just punishing a lot of mistakes that Tev made. I do think Tev was getting a little over-aggressive, just trying to force too many interactions, and then didn't have the best answers for all those projectiles. So, there's plenty to take away from that set if you're Niagara, but if you're Niagara, you're already on to the next one. Get your guy in there and get ready for the next battle as we wait to see who will be sent in next.
Now, for DePaul, their next choice seems to be Skull Kid, as they await the bans from Niagara, and Niagara is currently discussing, seeing who could be the best, who could be the one that they want. Ooh, honey. Yeah, Grease references out here. You weren't expecting that one.
No, that's a curveball. I didn't. No, I always do think it's interesting though about the format of this league that in this, because last season it used to be 5 blind picks. You just send in your lineup, and pray for the best. You come up with whatever strategy you think. Maybe you save your best player for last. Maybe you send him in early to try and get some points. Maybe you save him for the middle to give your team a shot. Something along those lines. Now it is a blind first pick, and then from there on out, the winning team gets counterpicked by the next player. So DePaul will declare their first player in, as they've said. Who is it? Skull Kid, I believe, was the next player in.
Yep.
Yes, Skull Kid. So Skull Kid now, and then Niagara gets to choose of their next 4 players that they've locked in who will go in against Skull Kid.
And it's a pretty solid system for making each game feel important. Not only in just the point system, but having pick advantage is such a huge. It is a huge advantage for every subsequent game, because now losing one round doesn't spell like it isn't just like lose that round and you're done. You do gain something. You gain something to come back. Should you be put behind the 8 ball early, as the next player for Niagara comes in as Tin Can. Ready for this swag. I just read the name, Skull Kid. just I see it and I read it. Let's see the words be doing.
No, I'm the same way. I probably that's the other thing too. When the tag doesn't line up, that can also be a little disorienting when trying to associate like a player with a character. And that being said, I'm still blanking on who Tin Can plays. I know Tin Can has made multiple starts for Niagara, not in every week, but he is one of their players that you'll see coming against. I feel like his issue has been in the past going up against the higher ups, going up against these players that are captains or near captains for other rosters. So we'll have to see how he does here against Skull Kid.
Getting gatekeeped it's real rough. It's not exactly the best experience, but getting gatekeeped often lets you have a lot of chances to really improve rate. Ness and Ike are the picks. To be honest, with a name like Tin Can, I was kind of expecting like a Mega Man of some kind or a Rob, but you know what, Ike? He sure can fight for his friends.
Well, yeah, I'm kind of curious to see how this one plays out because again, I mean, Ike, one of those characters, hits like a truck, but and has some easy combos to get in. But Skull Kid on this Ness, I remember seeing him. He's had some clip-worthy moments with this Ness before, so I mean, he's no stranger to this type of matchup.
Oh, and that's not gonna kill. He had the instance where he had the chance to go for something like down air, really finish that stock, but Tin Can using his jump real early that'll do it. Got to be careful with those jumps out of hit stun, especially against Ness, who has known to carry players off stage with his premier combo and punish game. Tin Can's got to be a little bit more careful of committing to when he's gonna try and be aggressive and go air to air with Skull Kid. And I don't think he has a jump again.
Ooh, yeah, no, he doesn't. Oh, he's gonna be able to grab the ledge though. That was great job by Tin Can. Just making sure he can move that that up B over as much as he can so he can grab that ledge. But I like the adjustment here from Skull Kid to punish the up B of Ike with that side B as he gets a grab here and he's gonna get that back throw at such a high percent. That's absolutely gonna be the second stock. But the fact that Skull Kid in advantage is able to just heavily punish Ike is just playing the massive factor here in game one.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Tin Can is quite ready to it looks quite ready for the raw punish game that Skull Kid has been showing off. Just the impressive air drift that Ness has at his disposal is giving Tin Can a run for his money. Finally landing with just one stock with that raw back air, but you got a long way to go, and if you're not ready for a lot of the classic Ness things like the angles on these PK fires, then it's gonna be wrapping up rather quickly. He almost got hit by it.
Yup, that's the Ness classic setup. If you air dodge in like that, you're gonna get PK rocketed. But the quick recognition by Tin Can to get out of the way, and the quick recognition that this match is not looking well, unable to up B back in time, and is going to lose his last stock there to Skull Kid.
Yeah, not using his jump just too soon at all of these stocks. Like every time he would get hit off stage, he would use his jump immediately. That would be the first resource that he chooses. It's like, all right, time to get back to stage, time to try to recover. I'm going to jump now. And that's not the way to do it. Ike's jump is, for most characters, your double jump is your most precious resource, period. So by using it early, you only made Skull Kid's edge guarding flowchart that much easier. Because he had to stop you from going high, then punish the Aether when you inevitably had to go low. It became an easy two-step problem for Skull Kid, and he played it perfectly.
Yeah, and it's one of those things. That's one of those habits that it's hard to break, right? Because
extremely.
you get knocked off stage. You're in that tumble animation. You go, I've got to reverse my momentum, and I got to save my up B, right? So what's the easiest option? Jump, right? That's the easiest option in the game to get out of disadvantage like that. But that's something good players like Skull Kid are gonna catch on to really quickly, and you saw right off the bat. I mean, you said it. He double jumped at it every time he was off stage. The jump came out, and Skull Kid was ready for it.
And the classic bands. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, no, I was reading this incorrectly. The bands of Town, Battlefield, and Yoshi Story are pretty solid bands against any Fire Emblem character, let alone Ike. Not trying to go to a stage with a lot of platforms. Triplats are a big no-no. Small ceilings, big no-nos. Small Battlefield is going to be the pick, and while it is more condensed than Smashville, you gain multiple platforms that I can potentially use, but these are also perfectly solid resources that allow for setups like these for Skull Kid. Yeah, PK Fire coming out pretty classic means of a dashback option, like drifting away throughout that PK Fire, pretty safe, not have to worry about it. And going air to air, wow, he was dead. He was dead if he didn't get hit by the PK Thunder ball, and the PK Rocket ends that stock. Oh Nelly. What a way to start off.
Once again, just every option covered, right? What was Tin Can left with other than, an air dodge? But even if you air dodge anywhere else, you're not even sure if you're going to be able to grab the ledge or not because of the way that up B can weave. And so, I mean, just great job. As you said, the edge guard option chart that Ness has, just check mark all the way down.
1, 2, 3, A, B, C. Ness has got himself. It looks like he's going to be scoring high marks on this set. If game 1 was a 2-stock, game 2 might end in a 3-stock at this rate, and the trouble just keeps on coming.
And here's the other part of this too: is that Tin Can, even when he finds a stray hit here or there. Oh no, the fire clipped him on the way down. That's so unfortunate, but I mean that was thoroughly there's no other way to put it. That was a dominating set from Skull Kid.
Yeah, it didn't look like he was worried at all about the potential mismatch that was going on. Like from the very beginning, if you have a nest coming at you, well, try to have a disjoint. And Ike certainly got a big enough sword, but it looked like Skull Kid was just kind of ready for it. It's like, okay, I know how to go air to air with Ike. I know how to meet him at his full hop, because Ike likes to full hop above people and then fall down with neutral air and mix that up with empty hop grabs. So I'll just meet him where it hurts and not let him get a chance to use that sword. And if he's gonna be forced to edge to try to recover for most of the set, let alone even most of the games, then yeah, that's the exact kind of game that you want to be in if you're Ness.
Yeah, absolutely. And the other point I was gonna make right before that last stock was that even when Tin Can was finding those stray hits, like Ike has an easy enough follow up off of Nair, right? That's his probably his best move. You land Nair and it's Nair into imagination. Just pick an aerial, it will probably land. But he wasn't able to even find the follow ups, especially once he got past that 70-ish% mark, and those should be, that's Ike bread and butter. You should have that down already. And the fact that there were no real follow-ups off of those stray hits was very concerning for the side of Niagara.
Yeah, it does not paint a very good picture for the remainder of the set. Already down 13-0. Oh boy, we'll have to see if Dark Cat can put something together for this Niagara team down in a very big hole.
Yeah, and Dark Cat, I believe, if I remember correctly, he is either a Samus or a Dark Samus. I'm blanking between the two, but I mean, very minimal difference between the two fighters. But we've seen him have some strong performances here and there, so I'm excited to see him play. On the other hand, Bobby Time is arguably the most consistent player on DePaul. So DePaul trying to end this one early and in style.
Yeah, just put it away far out of the reach of Niagara. I mean, it already looks so far out of reach. Like 13 is not impossible. I mean, you can score 9 points in a single set should you be playing well enough. But man, like 13 is a lot. Like that's a real rough. You've dug a pretty steep grave. It's about 5 feet deep if you're going to be trying to call out of it now. But Samus is a good one. And if I remember correctly, watching a team like Niagara before, Dark Cat can really bring together a solid game plan and push through what could be seen as an impossible barrier right now.
Yeah, and Dark Cat, I mean, we talked about him before. He has his or their moments right here and there. The problem again for Niagara has been, week in and week out, can they maintain their consistency? And the answer so far this week has been no. But this is the set. There's no more second chances now, right? You go in, you get one shot against whoever your opponent is. This is the time to prove yourself.
Now or never. But with how this first game is looking, some internal practice might be needed on the first half of this line. But that's kind of it's the name of fighting games as a whole. It is a Dark Samus against the Pokemon trainer of Bobby Time.
Now, I always say this when I see a Pokemon trainer, but I love Pokemon trainer just because you have so many options, right? Not only do you get 3 different types of movesets, but I feel like every Pokemon trainer utilizes them differently. They utilize some aspect of the moveset differently. And I believe Niagara actually has a Pokemon trainer somewhere in their lineup, or at least a pocket Pokemon trainer somewhere. So this is a matchup that Dark Cat probably is familiar with to some degree.
Yeah, it's kind of a matchup you have to be familiar with in terms of the current Smash Ultimate meta. Pokemon Trainer very strong, having all of those options to fall back to. As we see Bobby kind of privy the Ivysaur at the start of this game, trying to counter zone the elusive movement and strong projectiles of the Dark Samus. Gotta be careful is Darko here. He's fallen susceptible to these up air ladders once. Doesn't look interested to try that again.
Yeah, he's got to be careful too. And Bobby Time's just doing a great job of controlling the stage right now. Didn't really find too many openings as Squirtle, but you can tell his command over Ivysaur is really the difference in his set. He's gonna catch him with the up B for the first stock.
That Vine Whip, it's hilarious that it used to be stronger and it's still doing things like that.
Yeah, I mean, and it's one of those things too that you also have to kind of get used to, right? Because it comes out at that awkward angle. Oh no, not like this. Is that a pineapple?
It just looked like he used his jump and fast fell too far, but at the angle he was recovering, he wouldn't have made it back anyway, stuck under the stage. That's a tragedy in motion, and now the Charizard finally comes out. The first swap of the day, first or second swap of the game for Bobby Time, and what a better time to do it. Got 94%. Charizard can easily outlast Dark Cat, or outlast this percent until right about now. Actually, 130 is when you're going to start looking for these kills, but up throw won't do it quite yet.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see.
Well, he's dead.
Good back throw. Oh my god! it gets me every time. That back air is insanely good. That is a crazy strong move because when it comes out, it doesn't look like a strong move. It looks like he's just think of like Mewtwo's back air. Mewtwo's back air is good, but only at like the tipper like edge of it, right? That's like where the strong hitbox of it is. It feels like Charizard's gonna be the same way, and then all of a sudden you die at such an early percent, and it's such a quick move too that it gets me every time. That move is so strong.
Yeah, Charizard is an interesting case, as that's yet another 3-stock for DePaul, back-to-back 3-stocks. Pokemon Trainer has had an interesting path of being still relevant throughout the entirety of Smash Ultimate, but you can trace their history of which Pokemon is best, similar to how the Pokemon metagame shifts, where different types and different stats will be more preferred in different instances. In early Smash Ultimate, the Ivysaur was clearly the best one of the three because of how much they could, how the range of kill confirms that they had, and the ability to play at a slower pace along with having those kill confirms. But in the middle section there, Squirtle got a lot of time in the spotlight. Speed became so important in the metagame, and being small does not hurt any character in Smash Ultimate. Now, currently, it's all Charizard, because Charizard's kill confirms, Charizard's raw damage output, the quickness of his out-of-shield options, and the danger that you always feel at against that character is really being put on screen and on display for a variety of Pokemon Trainer mains. And that's kind of where we saw the labor in that Game 3, resulting in a stock that I think he lost at like 50.
Yeah, and on top of that too, Dark Samus I think is I mean, not super heavy. I know Samus is a little heavy, and I think Dark Samus has a similar weight class, but
exactly the same weight class.
It is the exact same. Okay, but still, it's not in terms of the full cast. I still feel like Samus is somewhere mid-range, maybe on the lighter side still.
Do you want the exact answer?
What is the exact answer?
So Samus and Dark Samus are both the same weight as characters like Terry and Bowser Jr. They are quite literally the step below super heavyweight. Like super heavyweight really? Starts at like 110. They're 108.
I actually had no idea. That was it doesn't feel like that when you're playing them though.
Oh no, they're also very floaty. It's a weird combination of very heavy, very floaty, so they can escape combos, and they escape but also are susceptible to combos in a awkward way. It can make them difficult to face, which is why out-zoning them with Ivysaur is super strong. But yeah, Charizard's backer doesn't care about your life, and neither does that. Oh my god, he died.
The spacing on that forward smash, and that's another thing about Ivysaur that I think, we talked about how Ivysaur's kit, it just has a lot of utility, and the fact that forward smash is kind of like a disjoint, right? It covers so much space. The fact that it was so properly spaced by Bobby Time was fantastic.
Oh, talk about spacing and the fact that you don't really need to do it with that down air, but it does. It's kind of the quintessence. If last game was like Charizard at his peak, like he plays neutral, he dashes back and forth, he's really scary, then he kills you off of a grab, like off of any back throw, off of any like one single starter after getting a little bit of damage on you. That game was quintessential Ivysaur. Like, all the up airs were super dangerous. He held center so well. F smash at ledge, covering basically any option but waiting there. And to top it all off, a down air to finish the game. Not a 3-stock, but a 2-stock keeps pushing this set further and further away from Niagara. Oof.
I don't know if my point got through because my ping just spiked in the call, but so I don't know if my point on that the spacing on that forward smash was immaculate. Was the point I was gonna make. Just catching Dark Hat on the ledge was fantastic stuff, and that's another spotlight performance from Bobby Time. Another this DePaul roster. I always feel like this crew battle-esque format benefits rosters with depth. And if you got players like Bobby Time in the middle of your pack, that's just hard to come by in this league.
Yeah, he's really in that third slot, the home run seat. But this ain't baseball. Like normally you're leaving the heavy hitters for your anchor, but honestly, with how all three of the players that have shown up for DePaul today been playing, any one of them could be considered an anchor. So depth is absolutely the right word for it. They seem ready to take down anyone.
Yeah, and they're showing why they feel like a championship roster. I mean, 10-1 on the season. There's only I'm gonna track down where their one loss came from, but because I don't know it off the top of my head. But it takes a lot to take down a roster with this much talent on it.
Yeah, I'm really curious about who managed to do it because they look unstoppable tonight. Was it St. John's? Maybe it was St. John's.
St. John's does have the I guess Titan Slayer reputation. They took down Sienna not too long ago, and they were before DePaul was ranked number 1. It was Sienna, our current defending champions of the EGF, and St. John's took them down not too long ago. So I would not be surprised.
And it's as we wonder about that, like, I'm just looking at St. John's. I actually recognize some of their players from the House of 3000 locals. Haha, Xeno Wi-Fi. The next players are going to be Fiction for Niagara and their Falco against Cookie with an I for DePaul.
Yeah, okay, Falco versus Palutena. I mean, Palutena, this character's just got about everything you need to be a top-tier character, whereas Falco struggles in some cases, but Falco can still get in on Palutena and rack up some damage.
Yeah, if there's anything that Falco can do in any matchup, up tilt, forward air, for it to be neutral air, jeez, like all of up air, like all of these things, all these tools work together to create a really expansive like advantage that doesn't really have to abide by one flowchart. Yet Palutena has every tool in the toolbox to not get hit by Falco and always minimize the damage. And that's kind of what Cookie's been really doing. While 83% is certainly nothing to sneeze at, it could be worse.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think, I mean, something you'll notice throughout this set, I just think the spacing of the players of DePaul is fantastic right now, where it feels like Fiction can at times be kind of searching for a stray hit here or there to try and start up a combo. As he is able to take this first stock, Cookie, it felt like every hitbox he threw out was deliberate. Even that up tilt, just recognizing that Fiction was probably going to be jumping out of that situation right there, catching him with it to even the stocks back up. I feel like the spacing of DePaul is really on display here in this matchup.
Yeah, Fiction has been really forced, if you don't mind me restarting my statement, to not hit as many buttons. Like, he can't be nearly as reckless on his approaches, but that well-timed laser sniping the jump away from Cookie, and it's pretty huge. It's kind of a bit of a momentum turn in this matchup. What was really like slow-paced, going hit for hit, like waiting each other out. Now the floodgates are starting to open for Fiction a little bit, as he can see what you can see what combos he has in store for the end of this game. Some of these phantasms, though, are a little bit risque.
A little bit of greed here and there from Fiction, but I mean, well deserved too. He's got 100% on Cookie's last stock, and Fiction only with 65. I mean, Falco can die early, but the strong and a back air is going to do it, and Niagara's on the board.
When you land that strong hit dare as Falco, and you get that hit, you get that grounded spike, you're like, oh boy, if this isn't death, it's a lot of damage. And while Fiction could have done something crazy, he could have done like drag down Nair onto the top platform into up smash or something fancy like that. He's like, you know, let me just wrap this game up. Back air will kill. Back air is just to kill somehow. And yeah, that's a 2-stock victory for Fiction. Points on the board for Niagara.
Yeah, positive there. Fiction, you know, really playing to Falco's strengths, right? Just once he was able to get in and do damage, he was able to do a lot of damage. That's just what Falco does, right? The second you land one move, you're automatically thinking about the next move that you can combo into it. And on top of that, too, just he was able to find those strong hits. It wasn't just about getting the damage, it was about confirming those kills afterwards.
Yeah, just keeping the pressure on, even when Cookie least expected it, landing a laser at just the right time to snipe out the mid-air jump from Cookie. Really started to turn the match around from a less is more type of game plan to Fiction staring into the eyes of the abyss and not blinking.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm kind of curious to see where we go for match number 2 here as the picks and bans are coming out. I do actually, on a different note, I found where DePaul had their one loss. It was the last week of the fall split, so week 8, and it was to Colorado University, 11-15. It was a very close set that Colorado was able to clutch out on the very last match. It was Ice won both games 1 and 2 over Ego to win that set. And Colorado, they're no slouches, but they have had some what is it? They were 9-3, and with today's victory, they get to 10-3. So still in that upper echelon, but at the bottom of the totem pole, when looking at other teams in this conference that are near the top, that third loss really does hurt them in the standings.
Yeah, that the subtle difference between top of high tier, bottom of top tier, on that razor thin line. But you know, good shout outs to Colorado State. We saw them on this stream a couple hours earlier. I think you specifically saw them on this stream. So shout outs to them.
Yeah,
and
Colorado played fantastic, and already Fiction off to an early start as Cookie switching up to the Bayonetta.
Yeah, that's there was 2 ways that could have ended. He's lucky it was only the sour spot of the up smash. But Fiction got his one and ended it a lot earlier than expected.
Yeah, and I feel like we've seen Cookie kind of switch between these 2 characters. Obviously, Palutena not looking as clean as this Bayonetta right now. That being said, still kind of searching for the finishing touch here.
Yeah, while Palutena can have a little bit of trouble finding kills, she makes up for it by having a very oppressive neutral and just raw kill moves that you can throw out and force your opponent to avoid. Bayonetta has a similar problem, but even more extreme. Her neutral is not as good, but her combo game can be equally as oppressive. But finding kills is always going to be Bayonetta's Achilles heel. And Fiction seems like he's very well aware of that, even as a Spacey. It's like, I know I can live. I can take a bunch of these hits and not have to very much worry, particularly since Cookie seems no interest in trying to edgeguard.
Yeah, and already another couple hits of damage, but as you say, like look at all the openings that Cookie has found, and yet still not able to really land a strong hit of something to take down Fiction's stock here. And Fiction, taking advantage of it, racking up some early percent. That traded, that down air usually beats everything, and unable to get it, but finds the grab. That's going to be the stock forward throw. I believe Bayonetta's strongest throw.
Yes, that is her kill throw. No real combo throw, unless you count up throw, which it is kind of, not really.
It's not true.
No, it's nothing true out of an up throw, but forward throw, yeah, that'll definitely result in stocks if you give her the chance. But 94 in a game that started out so good, 74% unanswered. This is definitely not what you would expect and not what you would desire if you're Cookie. Things are starting to fall through the cracks a little bit.
And again, it's just this little chip damage, right? Here and there, Fiction is finding his openings to rack up that little bit of percent. Because, as I say it, finally landing a smash attack is Cookie.
Yeah, where are you jumping there, sir? Like, no jumping from ledge here. I'll be covering that. Ledge trapping coming in clutch for Cookie when they most needed it. But if they want to end this game in a victory, then you have to start punishing a lot of these Falco Phantasms, particularly when going to ledge. Because Fiction looks like he's very comfortable not worrying about his recovery routes and could put all of his brain power onto punishing Cookie on stage.
Yeah, absolutely. And you'll see, I feel like he's kind of searching for an opening himself, right? With those side Bs. Oh, that's dangerous. Going to be an edge guard situation here. He's going to be able to make it back to ledge, but I feel like these dive kicks, I believe, right? The side Bs that he throws out. Oh, that's a good counter. Actually going to flip the scenario on its head. And I mean, despite being at 100%, this is a last stock situation.
Yeah, and Bayonetta arguably has more kill potential at this percent than higher, since your combos will still be working as from Fiction keeps him alive, but oh man, he didn't extend further. Okay. Little moments like that are really gonna kick you, but Cookie has found themselves a lead and a kill. Yes, that dash attack, the sweet spot of it, punishing the get up attack with the utmost of strength, as Cookie finds their way back into a dub, evening up the set to one apiece. Though only a one stock, so not able to get all of those points back. But I don't think they're worrying about points right now.
Yeah, good stuff to Cookie to clean up that stock, as you said, getting that dash attack, and that's something we really hadn't seen Cookie throw out all set. Dash attack, I mean, dash attack of Bayonetta, it's kind of one of those moves where why wouldn't you just side B? But again, the strong knockback of that move, just covering most of Fiction's ledge options in that scenario. So good stuff to push this to game number 3.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they want to go about counterpicking here, because the Bayonetta counterpick, while a little bit struggle at first, kind of came in clutch towards the end. But with Falco on the offensive, there's a lot of stages that can go really well for Falco in both constantly in stages like Battlefield. Like Falco does it very well on tri-platform stages like that, and the more condensed nature. But even stages like Town and City, while not always helpful for the Blue Bird, the triplat formation gives Falco a ton of resources in terms of combo extension that you really have to be scared of.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm also kind of curious to see where these captains or I guess these players will strike to as the... Well, we're getting word of a character switch. Yeah, this will be interesting to see. Okay, Falco versus Sephiroth, and Sephiroth is another character I'm not super familiar with because he's so new.
3,
Oh, this character's super cool. Okay, so Sephiroth is he's literally a double-edged sword, because while you can blow people up, you can also get blown up, as we do see the Battlefield pick come out for Fiction, looking very comfortable on this stage.
Oh,
and
no.
the dichotomy of Sephiroth. Your sword is long, and while you suffer up close and can get juggled pretty hard, when you have your wing and become the true angel that you always were aspiring to be, your opponent can fall at your feet very quickly. And Falco is not known to have the greatest survivability.
Yeah, the way I think this matchup seems to be playing out, this seems very double-edged sword, I guess, where if Falco can get in once again, he'll do some damage onto Sephiroth, as he's already sitting at 125. But on the other hand, it feels like Cookie's got plenty of kill power on this character.
Oh yeah, he does not have to worry about when stocks will fall. All he has to worry about is how. Though a really solid wall jump on there kind of stops the bleeding a little bit for Fiction, yet grabbing the wrong way. And just a really solid conversion there coming out from Cookie, making sure to utilize one of Sephiroth's fastest buttons, his Nair out of shield, and just comboing that into a forward air. Everything's starting to look real good for Cookie after that initial combo string. It's kind of a theme with Cookie across these past couple games. Plays well at the end, but when Go is on the screen, he's getting hit.
Yeah, and that's something too for Fiction. We really haven't seen him had to make a comeback of sorts. He's had the lead when he's had success. So now, being down basically a full stock, this is a rough situation to be in if you're Fiction.
Oh, does he have enough time? He did have enough time. Okay, really great spacing from Fiction. That's all that was. He had every opportunity to catch that Giga Flare, but Fiction spaced around that. Now all he has to do is worry about the shirtless man and his massive sword. Loving the patience from Cookie from Fiction, excuse me, as he finds that window yet again. And this is where you're wanting to kill Sephiroth if you can. You get that one hit and get everything started, because he's got no speed. He doesn't have his third. Well, he's fast, but he doesn't have the extra speed. He doesn't have the extra jump, and he doesn't have the extra power to kill you off of something crazy. Gotta be careful of Scintilla.
Yeah, that counter. I do know that counter, regardless of if a move is thrown out and hits, that counter will still come out. And the up smash to follow up on it, taking down Fiction. And just like that, Cookie takes set number 4.
Oh, as he walks away through the fire and the flames of whatever Falco's hometown is going to be, because certainly not Nibelheim. Sorry, Final Fantasy. A bit of a Final Fantasy fan, if you can't tell.
Listen, that victory screen.
It's so raw.
It's so good. That is probably the best victory screen in comparison to. I mean, look, they all have their ups and downs, right? But the fiery effect is fantastic. It's perfect for Sephiroth.
Love it. I love it so much. And Cookie really showing off the meaning of despair, like bringing the all these references as what looked like almost a shoe-in win for Fiction with a 2-stock in game 1, brings it back in game 2 and close it out in not dominating fashion, but relatively convincingly, as nothing is going right for Niagara anymore.
And I mean, like you said, what started off as a great set for Niagara, right? Fiction comes out, takes down Cookie's Palutena, and with a 2-stock victory, even after the character switch, right? It felt like Fiction still had the advantage in game 2. Just one or two mistakes here or there could have, let that game slip away. All of a sudden, the Sephiroth comes out, and it's Cookie all over again, all over the matchup. Even though it got down to a last stock scenario, by the time it did, the damage had already been dealt.
Yeah, it's pretty strong. Also, Cookie, to answer your question in chat, the super armor is only on release. So it's only when you have wing and on release. So if you're charging it, you can still get knocked out. So you gotta be careful. But we got the final legs of both teams. Matt Beach coming in for DePaul to round out what could be a fantastic victory for DePaul, an overwhelming one. And for Niagara, they're gonna have Mbrock take their final stand. PS2 being the counter pick, or being the stage pick.
We've seen both of these players plenty of times on stream, and I think Mbrock was saved for this type of matchup specifically because Mbrock going Game & Watch and Matt Beach are one and only Mega Man main here on the EGF. So this will be an interesting matchup to watch.
Yeah, the super fighting robot kind of has to worry about all of those lemons he's going to be throwing out because the Game & Watch bucket's kind of ready and waiting. Dash attack, okay, that's not usually a move you see from the Mega Man. It's almost a joke between many Mega Man players that I've conversed with. It's like, yeah, we don't use dash attack.
A rare sighting to be sure, because you look at Mega Man's kind of very differently built kit and just all of the other options you think you could throw out, and dash attack seems just very committal, and on top of it doesn't allow for many follow-ups. But speaking of follow-ups, following up on that dangerous recovery option, getting that forward smash and taking the first stock is Matt Beach.
And almost getting some insane follow-ups off of that initial down throw, but he's keeping the game. He's running and shooting all right. It's a different kind of Mega Man. He's playing Mega Man X out here, like with all of these dashes and all the combos that he's getting off this Metal Blade, which he always seems to have in hand. Matt Beach is in firm control.
And just look at the damage that he's racked up too. And Game & Watch is, I believe, one of the lightest characters in the game as well. So it's really just a statement to how much Matt Beach has done, as he's going to land that up smash as well, taking the second stock, and only 63% on him.
Yeah, we actually discussed this in the previous set between what were their names? It was in the previous set that happened the hour ago. St. Peter's and Ryder. Game & Watch is the fourth lightest character in the game, tied with Squirtle. So not much. He has to rely on his frame data to survive, and Matt Beach seems like he's calling him out for just all of his raw options and playing around that already. So it's going to be a rough road for Mbrock if he's gonna bring this one back.
Yeah, absolutely. And now Matt Beach at kill percent here, a strong hit of something should do it, but again, it just kind of feels like Mbrock is hunting, right? He's searching for that strong hitbox rather than kind of waiting for Matt Beach to make a mistake.
Yeah, he's walking in here and he's okay. That little bit of swag on those pivots. Oh, everything's starting to come together, and that back air coming out, frame 4, like stuffing out Mbrock at where he stands. Is he dead? Yeah. Oh, wow, he's just dead.
Listen, if you're Matt Beach, like, not only was that just commanding, that was stylish too, right? You saw him just kind of walk over. You saw him do the turnarounds. That was just style points on top of it at the end of the day for DePaul.
Yeah, why not? Why just win when you can look good when doing it? And the air tornado coming through in the end. Just kind of handling him like a Mega Man boss. It's like, all right, time to deconstruct, utilize the tools that I've learned, that I've gained, and memorize your patterns and win from there.
the other thing too about that match that you'll probably go back and watch if you want to learn something from this set is just the follow-ups that Matt Beach had. The amount of times, it's not the easiest thing in the world to string some hits together, but Matt Beach just, once he found an opening, it wasn't just one hit into two hit into maybe a three hit. It was always three hits. It was always three hits of something, just back and forth. For Mega Man, who doesn't always feel like the most like naturally moving character, right? In terms of how the character moves on screen.
Yeah, they have an interesting way. Like normally, Mega Man players, they play Mega Man, and it's interesting to see how they evolve a character, even from the early meta of Ultimate to now, because Shield is not. It's not what it used to be. It's good. That move was not okay, and now it's just a really good move instead of like a one card infinite.
Absolutely. And the other thing to note here, Matt Beach has not landed that down air, but he's gone for it multiple times, and that down air is I always think it's a fun move to watch for because. It's a projectile straight downward. There's no real other move quite like it as it powers through the neutral B. I didn't know that was an interaction that could happen.
It's called hard knuckle for a reason. It's not going to stop for anything. Even with Plant's arguably best move protecting him, that they just didn't seem to care.
I mean, there's something to be said about the way Matt Beach is playing. He's clearly got the bread and butter stuff down for Mega Man, and Mbrock, I feel like it's just a learning process right now, right? He's kind of adapting as he goes.
Yeah, that's a solid grab. Not going to kill Mega Man at that percent though. He's far too heavy for anything like that. But this game is looking much, much better than Game 1 did, whether it be stage or character. Mbrock is putting at the very least something together and utilizing Plant's equally heavy weight to great effect. Knowing that he has much more survivability on his hand, and seeing what that can make for him.
And that armor also of that down B. Coming in clutch to take that first stock, but the back air here going to take the second stock off of Mbrock, and now sitting on his last stock here, Matt Beach trying to clean up this set in style.
But will he be able to? It does look like he's dominating, but given how Matt Beach has been playing, will he get the finisher that he wants, or just a finisher?
I mean, on top of that, there's still something to be said about the way Mbrock has been playing too, because the way this league works, every single stock matters. So if Mbrock can take an extra stock here, mitigate some of that damage. The reason we always play out these sets is for that point differential statistic. So any stock here is valuable.
Oh, and I do love the attempt and the Batui's activeness really coming in clutch there, bouncing off the stage and back into Matt Beach. Unfortunately, not ending in a kill though. Not Fiction. Mbrock learning from his mistakes and being sure not to jump when he's caught in the tornado.
Ooh, the bomb interrupting the jab, and he's going to get the back throw. That is going to do it, and that's going to be the 2 stock to end match number 5.
And that's unfortunate.
Yeah. I mean, that interaction just kind of seemed awkward with the rapid jab being interrupted by the explosion, and then just, getting the grab at the end.
Let's see, the benefit of Crash Bomber. You put it on your opponent and watch him stress. And even when you're both getting hit, Mega Man's are arguably winning that trade regardless of percentage. As Matt Beach ends the set in yet another 2-0. And wow, what I came in here expecting, like a real back and forth set, ended up being total domination 31-2.
Yeah, 31-2 our final score. And by the way, I think that might be the highest margin of victory we've seen on stream, at least on stream today, because it is rare for one of these teams to reach 30 points. To give you an idea of how, actually, here's a better example. The maximum amount of points you can earn in an entire match through 5 sets is 40 points. So they were 9 points short of a perfect game. That's how good DePaul was playing today.
That's incredible. Yeah, like they had, in even some of their games, with the exception of Cookie, who played a very close set with Fiction, 1, 2, 3, 4 stocks were dropped amongst the remaining 4 players. Absolutely absurd. But we're going to be getting right back to you guys as congratulations to DePaul for the W. We're going to be preparing for our final set of the night, William and Mary against the University of Tennessee, a newcomer to the EGF League. They both seem to be ready and waiting to go. So don't touch that dial. We'll be back in just a brief moment. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the final block of this week of the EGF League. I'm joined by Soy.
How's it going?
And so we're going to be getting University of Tennessee and William and Mary for this final showdown. You mentioned prior, University of Tennessee, a new member to the EGF League.
Yeah, joined just a few weeks ago. In fact, their opening week was back in week 11, and they played another newcomer of ours, George Washington University, and they were able to clutch it out in the very last set. The final score, 11-12. Winning that final set gave them the edge, so they are no stranger to tight matchups, and I'm expecting to see another close one here against William and Mary.
Yeah, William and Mary has kind of been strutting their stuff as of recently. I think last week they also came away with a W. I'm trying to find it now.
Yeah, William and Mary, they are another team that's in that upper echelon of schools when it comes to Super Smash Brothers here. They are another team contesting for that number 1 seed overall. Only 1 loss according to the stat sheet that we have so far. And, I mean, with good reason, too. This is a roster that has absolutely put up some dominating victories. Actually, back last week, they took down Georgetown 30-0, and that would be the largest margin of victory this year, I think.
And even the week before, like same final score, 30, or same final score for them, 30 points on the board between their 5 players to Canisius College's 2. So they put up 30 burgers twice in a row. And if they're playing at the top of their game now, then they're trying to hunt for that three-peat. But yeah, Tennessee, of course, not. They coming onto their scene, firing a win last week in addition to their the win in their first week. So they've been playing some strong Smash Brothers.
Yeah, should be a fun match, as I think we see our first fighters locked in. It's going to be Dizzy for William and Mary versus Bowtie of Tennessee.
Ooh, okay, yeah, and usually, from what I see, I'm trying to go back into the history a little bit. George, why I just had it? That's such a shame. Why do I feel the need to scroll around?
I'm actually wrong about the fighters. Sorry. The first fighter for William and Mary is Outer Rim. Outer Rim will be first for William and Mary, and Burn is in first for Tennessee. Now, Outer Rim, if I remember correctly, is a Rob main. He's one of the many Rob mains that you'll see around this league. And wait, no, Outer Rim. No, I'm wrong. Outer Rim is the Robin. That's right. He's the Robin, one of the many Robin players you'll see around this league. And Outer Rim has had some very strong performances across the board. He is usually one of the highest point scorers in this league. So this is this is like sending in your home run hitter in the first inning to open up the gates.
Yeah, no kidding. As from the previous couple weeks, Outer Rim is usually their final or second to last participant in their second to last leg in their roster. Leading from him right from the start usually means they're trying to, or probably means they're trying to set the tone right from the beginning, or are just providing the University of Tennessee their due respect.
Yeah, and going up against Burns' Pokemon trainer, another Pokemon trainer, and sticking with the Squirtle here early at 50%, I'd expect to switch to Ivysaur soon. Yeah, there it is, as soon as he's in disadvantage. That was a interesting decision. I actually kind of like going for the back air there, because a lot of Ivysaurs will try and just catch that down air, trying to land the spike early, but kind of recognizing that it may not... he may not get it off in time, so just goes for the tech or possible tech situation instead.
Yeah, and making... excuse me. I do not know what got caught in my throat. Making Outer Rim have to use more than one charge of his Elwind. Got to be careful of how many times he's got how many of those he has on deck. As he seems very aware of that fact, not going for the Rapid Jab. Very astute from Outer Rim, playing to his character's strengths and holding steady in the Smashville center stage as he almost dies. As he is dead.
What an awkward trade. That was he'll die off that up air from Outer Rim. But first off, the Flare Blitz to punish the neutral B that Outer Rim threw out, and then off stage goes out for that forward air, and it actually trades with the first hit, I believe, of the up B from Outer Rim's spellbook, and now I guess kind of a stare down as you attempt to parry the jabs.
Yeah, the jab's still using charge of the Elwind, so he has to be careful of how many of those he has left, because normally, if you only use up B, you will always have 2 charges before it runs out. You'll get 2 bursts, as he still does have 2. But I think with the amount of mana he has left on that, he'll only get 1 Elwind before it depletes. So that's still, and it won't recharge until he uses all of it. So he's got to be careful from here on out, not to get put too far off stage. Though with how he's managed to weave between these platforms and utilize Robin's kit, that might be harder than it seems.
Yeah, absolutely. And
he did have 2.
Ooh, he dipped down early. That's actually going to kill too. That's not a confirm you see all that often. Using that side B to follow up with dash attack, a surprising amount of knockback coming through there and taking that second stock off a burn. And look at the quick conversions from that forward air too. Both strong hits leading to a quick 26 and the neutral beat of 40.
Yeah, check how aggressive Outer Rim is off of ledge. As he get up attacks through the arc fire, and pretty heads up, knowing that the arc fire is coming, and it takes pretty long to come out. As long as he's not caught by it, he seems pretty safe. And the backer does end up finding being the finisher. 63 and climbing though, especially as Squirtle, that's looking like a death percent if is well within range. In fact, is right now.
I'm in shock. You can't see it, but my jaw dropped. The fact that the Squirtle side B just got completely mitigated by that forward air, and then Outer Rim's awareness to follow up on it with the forward smash.
Squirtle's withdrawal prevents him from taking any damage, but it also means that it still is altered by knockback values, and usually how fast in the direction that it's going. Levin's sword is ridiculously powerful. Even with just a forward air, it stuffed out Squirtle completely and left him just a sitting duck for whenever he would pop out. Even for a character with as slow a run speed as Robin, he didn't have far to go at all.
Yeah, absolutely. And Outer Rim, strong performance right off the bat, taking that. I believe that was a 2-stock, was it not?
I believe it was. Wait, no. He lost his stock.
Oh, you're right. It was a 1-stock.
He lost his stock to get to a pretty heads up edge guard and then a back air. So it was only 1 stock, but man, that was it felt like a 2-stock at the end just because of how strong Outer Rim was playing in the latter half of that game.
I mean, he had very little percent on him on that last stock of his, and now I do remember the other part that I was very interested in. I mean, if we had a replay, I'd like to go back to that trade that happened on the very first stock of the up B. I think it was the up B of Outer Rim clashing with the forward air from Charizard, and it actually ended up leaning in Burns' favor as he was able to survive off of it.
Don't know if we're gonna be getting that replay, but I do know the interaction that you're talking about, and it was quite surprising. It's kind of the reason Robin loses to a lot of characters, or can struggle with a lot of characters with really diverse edgeguarding flowcharts, because they make him use charge after charge of his Elwind, of which is naturally limited. He can't sustain himself, or in this case herself, off stage for as long as some other characters, and can really suffer because of it.
And I think the other part of that first matchup too was you saw how it seemed fairly even throughout the first half of that game, and then all of a sudden for stocks 2 and 3, Outer Rim just kind of turned up the heat and started going in and racking up damage on a character that, you know, Robin isn't necessarily a character that you feel like should be so aggressive and go in, but look at how deep he's not afraid to dip down with those nairs.
Yeah, if that was not, if that was like just not Pokemon Trainer and he didn't have access to like swapping to stall and getting these jumps back, then that's a dead individual character. Luckily, quick swaps and quick recognition on Burns' part keeps him alive before you have to ask for how much longer if he can't maintain stage. That much longer.
That's the answer too. Well, here's the other thing too, and Outer Rim has done a very good job of this. The spacing on those side Bs, the fire effect, it lasts so long once it hits the ground that it actually outlasts the ledge invincibility, and Outer Rim's recognition of it too. The second that he recognizes, okay, well, just raw flare blitz in neutral, why don't you? Gets that second stock. But the point I was going to make, that once he recognizes that it catches that Pokemon Trainer off of ledge, he immediately dashes up and goes for the down smash because he knows the knockback of that move is so strong, it's going to get that stock.
Yeah, and it forces out rolls and quick options coming out from Burn. Okay, if there's anything that Robin can consider a raw DP, that was it. Just, I'm gonna neutral tech F smash. Let's see what you got. Are you ready for this? Roll behind to grab though won't work. It's kind of a classic that doesn't quite end up finishing. Though the arc fire gonna end in get in the up smash, one of Robin's more classic confirms within this game. He's gonna have to start utilizing the counter zoning tools of Ivysaur if he wants to bring this back, because interacting with Outer Rim at this point has been proven devastating for his Squirtle. But the Razor Leaf has kept Outer Rim at bay to the point where that allowed him to formulate some sort of plan.
Yeah, and I mean, sitting at nearly 100% now, just kind of camping with the Razor Leafs is Burn, but now he's gone in. Now he's going to get some damage. Actually going to end up losing to Bullet Seed there. Not a move you see thrown out all that often.
Yeah, thought we were going to see something like a falling up air or like some sort of way to get these combos started. But hey, bullet seed, that was like 20%, and you're not feeling too bad, though. 50 on you now. You gotta start finding something that kills. Razor Leaf. There's no such thing as death by 1,000 paper cuts in Smash Ultimate. I'm sorry to say.
I mean, Robin does not have an easy way to answer all these projectiles, despite having so many. Her projectiles in this case come out much slower. But look at the raw kill power. That nearly killed, and he's only at 84.
He tried so hard to avoid that the Arc Thunder, and now, yeah, you're neutral get-upping right into that. And Outer Rim and any Robin player will take that every day of the week as he ends the first set in a 2-stock. What a way to start.
Yeah, and like we said, I mean, Outer Rim has been consistent week in and week out for this William and Mary lineup. And this is just another performance added to the list. That second game feeling a lot more commanding than the first. And I mean, just an unfortunate start if you're Tennessee here.
Yeah, I feel like you put Outer Rim first, and you're trying to test the waters a little bit and see, like, oh man, University of Tennessee, they're kind of new, but they've been playing really well, putting up a lot of solid wins. What do they got? And while the game was certainly good, I mean, a 1-stock game in game 1, it was a 2-stock, but Outer Rim was also at like 150, so that was a very bleeding stock. Like, you've kind of seen if all players are around the same skill level, what you're in for in this full set, thanks to just that one game. And if you're William and Mary, you have to be careful and you don't have to play well, but you're feeling confident.
Yeah, and I mean, starting off with a 5-point lead to start the day, not a bad start by any means. And it's like you said, that was, at the end of the day, I mean, he was at such a high percentage. The fact that he was able to hold on to that stock and get that extra point was massive, because Pokemon Trainer is a character, is a character that you would think would be able to find a way to clean up some stocks. So the fact that he did not get that stock is gonna pay massive dividends for William and Mary down the line.
Yeah, if they win by 1 point, it matters. Of course, that's a long way from now, and we still got 4 more sets to go through. As who is coming up next? It is Bowtie King for University of Tennessee, and S Rice for William and Mary.
Yeah, should be a good matchup. S Rice is the Rob player I was thinking of beforehand, and his Rob has had its moments where it has really shined. He's usually worth a handful of points here and there for William and Mary, so we will have to see how Bowtie plays this, knowing that he's going into a Rob matchup. I'm not sure what character Bowtie King plays, but where do you want to take Rob to? Because Rob feels like a character that can just kind of adapt to whatever stage he's in.
Rob is a real toughie. It really depends on what character you're playing, not so much Rob, because Rob can do Rob things, quote unquote Rob things, on pretty much any stage. But if I'm looking up correctly, Bowtie King is primarily a Bayonetta. So if you're trying to play against Rob, then you want a stage with a little bit of space, but you also are looking for a stage with a lot of combo potential and means of finishing stocks quickly. So a stage like Town and City might prove very beneficial for Bayonetta with those small side blast zones. You can finish your combos. Usually Bayonetta ends up finishing combos with back air or forward air, which can play to that advantage. Though PS2, equally strong as if you manage to start a combo on one of these platforms, then you could end up roofing Rob right off the top.
And I mean, both these characters, I feel like it's going to be another volatile. Once you find a way in, you're going to be able to rack up damage, but finding the kill move, confirming those stocks is going to be the name of the game at the end of the day, as Bowtie King able to get in for some damage, but already evened right back up. Actually, I have those names flipped. That was S-Rice able to rack up damage, and now Bowtie King tying it right back up, and it feels like it's punch for punch here early.
Yeah, Bayonetta can get so much off of her combo game, and Bowtie King seems pretty ready for how to go about comboing a big body like Rob, and the bats within saving a life as it does. A couple frames before and after each, or is it before and after her air dodge and her witch time, Bayonetta can just get out of jail for free, and with a clean parry like that, by her few slides. Okay, look at these. Starting to get a little creative is Mr. King over here.
I like the idea, though. Kind of wait out a defensive option. But unfortunately, they're going to get sniped for it. S-Rice taking the first stock.
And now 113, and you're going to have to start approaching Rob's S-Rice's Rob. Going to be a little bit tricky. Ending that combo strong, but not nearly high enough to take, or far enough to take that kill. Just the forward throw laser, and you know what? Here we go. That's the power of gyro.
2 for 2 on the projectiles right there, catching Bowtie King's recovery options, and sitting at 177. Bowtie needs to find a way to take this stock, and he needs to take it now if he's going to have a chance.
And the slowness of Bayonetta's smash attacks really hurting her without a raw kill tool just to throw out, whether it be a good down smash or single killing aerial. It's tough to really close out stocks like this. I mean, we saw it in a previous set, or in the previous crew battle, and now it's kind of reared its ugly head yet again. 207, and S-Rice looks very committed to not getting grabbed, though the witch time on the gyro, very aware of its area of effect. But he's got a long way to go.
Yeah, that was smart recognition to witch time that gyro and then realize, hey, I can space around this properly and get the punish and finally secure that first stock. But the problem is 77% already on Bowtie King. The damage has already been dealt, and I mean a full stock and a half basically still to go, and now you're sitting at 100 thinking, how am I going to take this? Maybe off this combo, but still only 51 dealt.
Yeah, nothing to sneeze at usually, but when you're down a full stock and are at 112, you need a little bit more than that. Hail Marys are going to have to start coming in. Be careful. Arm Rotor has a deceptive way of, vacuuming you in. Still, you can play evasive for a while, but I think this might do it. Yes, sir. That grab has quite a bit of kill potential. Whether S-Rice went for up smash, up air, all it mattered is that something connected, and S-Rice takes game 1 with a 2-stock victory.
Yeah, solid stuff from S-Rice, and I mean, this was a lot of, I feel like, S-Rice just playing defensive and punishing, right? Bayonetta is a character that just wants to go in on you and do damage, and just holding that shield and not letting Bowtie King, Bowtie King never really got a grab. Now, I don't think Bayonetta really has a whole lot of grab follow-ups, but I mean, it was just kind of just hold shield, wait for it, then punish, and then go. And even just in the corner, right? Bowtie King never really found an easy way back to stage. I'm thinking back to that second stock where both the laser and the gyro hit.
Yeah, forward throw being such an angle to put him in that bad a spot. It's kind of tricky. But I really agree. Like, even with not even with Bayonetta not getting all that much out of grabs. Like at the very least, you gain positioning, and that can often yield more reward than a combo throw in certain matchups and how you play the game. And Bayonetta certainly can thrive off of being in the right spot at the right time because of her mobility being so vast and so important to her kit. But go ahead.
Yeah, no, and on top of that too, in terms of positioning, it might allow for easier kill options, right? Because we were talking about how does Bayonetta kill, because all her smash attacks are so slow. Things like forward air and back air might be easier to find one of those moves if you've got the positioning to do it. So grabs seem like the good way to go, but again, going in for a grab on Rob and S-Rice specifically, not the easiest thing in the world to do.
Yeah, Rob definitely plays out of shield decently well, and for a big enough body, he can be really tricky to really smother, given his exceptional frame data and just the raw power of that gyro. Like it does work, that little buddy.
And even just it being out, it's just going to occupy some space, and that's just another projectile for Bayonetta to have to weave around, and even trying to pick it up can be a nuisance, especially if S-Rice is trying to hit you on top of it.
Yeah, it's coming clutch even in the beginning of this set. Like it's landed down tilt clanging with the active gyro and just ruining some plans that Bowtie King might have prepped in beforehand. But gotta be careful with this low ceiling. While I understand why he went here, he's trying to get these kills and utilize the broader platform layout to start combos on top of them. Same thing can be true for Rob. He's got a lot of vertical kill power, and one false move will end in tears for Bayo, but yet the same thing can be said for S-Rice falling into that witch time.
Yeah, great stuff landing that witch time in the first place, right? Because that up tilt hits, and it's probably going to lead into another up air, and Bayonetta at 96 susceptible to a strong hit like up smash connecting there, taking the first stock, and right back to a dead even game. This game feels a whole lot closer than game number one.
And just look at how Bowtie King's trying to play it. He's saying, okay, I'm gonna stand on top plat. If you approach me and I'm able to get a witch twist out of shield or something of the like, I might just kill you. Okay, he didn't go for... He went... He do that. He did witch twist ABK witch twist instead of doing he did like one other like 1-2-1-2 instead of doing 1-1, or it would be 1-2-1. Oh my god, I'm trying to remember Bayonetta combos in my head. Yeah, there was a way he died there. I know that for sure.
Right. I mean, I was looking for the forward air to come out, and it just never did. And I think he just kind of settled on taking the damage instead. Because I mean, sitting at 140, you'd think you'd find a strong hit here somewhere. But S-Rice survivability going to be a big part of the second stock now.
And as long as he has got that gyro in hand, you have to fear for your life. Plenty of gyro combos end in stocks, and plenty of recoveries fall victim to that arm rotor. It's looking good for Bowtie King currently, but it's not something that he can... It's not a lead that he can rest on until he is certain that he has the stock advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can kind of tell this is now a battle of stage positioning, because both players know Bayonetta does not have the easiest kill options right now. Maybe forward throw again, but even that last forward throw was unable to get the job done. And now, look at the positioning. Now he's got to find a way back to stage, and he's gonna... Oh no. I think he wanted to avoid the gyro and just kind of misspaced where he wanted to go. Just took an extra second and lost his mobility there, and ends up falling prey to... just the fear of the projectile ends up causing him to lose the stock. But the rapid jab, actually going to be able to take the stock right back. And once again, basically a dead even game.
A game that shouldn't be even. It finds its place to be. Bowtie King, hopefully he's keeping his mentality strong, or else if he starts kicking himself for that really detrimental SD, then this game is over before it began. Okay, arm rotor just to reflect his own gyro. Heads up play from S-Rice as he's slowly starting to whittle away, keeping control and keeping composure. And the power of gyro rears its head yet again.
Ooh, this could turn into something, though. No, he's not going to be able to convert it. And remember, this is a big game for Bowtie King because we've talked about it all day now. If you fall behind early in these sets, especially down 2 sets, it's not insurmountable, but it is hard to come back from. And S-Rice with the follow-up gets the up air and takes the set.
Yeah, inverse from how Outer Rim did it, but the result is still the same. Just a little bit of patience and a promising punish game on his side leads him to a 1-stock victory as another 5 points are put on the board for William and Mary. Close, but a 2-0 nonetheless.
Yeah, solid stuff from S-Rice, and William and Mary off to a hot start. Their 2 heavy hitters come out swinging, get them 5 points each early, and again, I just feel like you go back to that second stock where Bowtie King has the chance and doesn't get quite the right input, and instead just gets a little bit extra damage on, and then it just becomes the hunting for that final hit, that strong hitbox, and never really found its way. And S-Rice's defensive play, his survivability in that second stock, the fact that he never left himself susceptible, just really allowed him to turn that stock around.
It goes to show the power of, or the reason that characters with expansive combo games and that how much they rely on those combo trees, you need to finish your food. Because if you don't, you'll be left in a really tough position where finding that raw kill move at a percent where none of your combos link anymore is really, really difficult. And it's the reason why Bayonetta isn't as strong as she was in previous games, or as much as the combo tree that she has shows potential in this game. It's because you can have situations like this in both Game 1 and Game 2 where S-Rice just lived until 120, 130, 150, even till 200, and Bowtie King couldn't seal the kill. Soy? Okay, his ping may be spiking, but we're gonna be setting up for our next game, that being her for the University of Tennessee, just her, facing off against, is that Barrett? Yes, Barrett is next for William and Mary.
Am I back now? I think I'm back.
Are you back?
I don't know what that was about, but fingers crossed that it doesn't happen again. Anyways, Barrett coming in here for William and Mary, and her on the side of Tennessee. Barrett is another player for William and Mary that has consistently put up points for this roster. I believe Barrett is a Piranha Plant player. So we'll have to see who her plays. But Barrett's Piranha Plant has really had some pop-off moments in the past. I'm thinking back to some sets, I believe, against Quinnipiac, if I remember correctly, where Barrett he is no stranger to very close matchups, but he has the reason William and Mary has had such success is because he's been able to clutch them out in the past. So it feels like William and Mary is just trying to end this set as early as they can, and then see where they go from there.
Yeah, it's gonna. Piranha Plant's not really a character I would think I would see a lot, but then for some reason there's always a plant that sneaks their way around and find themselves in some of these tables. And if you're good and you're willing to put in the time with any character, you can find results. But Plant certainly got plenty to exploit with that plant, and we'll see what her can do as they play this pivotal Game 3, because if University of Tennessee wants to make any sort of comeback, it needs to start now.
Yeah, down 2 sets early. I mean, we talked about it before. It's not insurmountable, but you need some points here. You can't afford to go down 3 sets, because odds are, unless you're getting a ton of points this set, you've dug yourself a hole already. You're farther than 1 set behind at this point. So it's a tall task, but this is the challenge for the newcomers, right? This is out of the frying pan of opening week into the fire here of William and Mary.
Yeah, you got to prove that you can do it, or at the very least, you got to show that you have the mettle to fight with the big boys. And the previous 2 sets, they were close, but you can't. If you're not gonna finish strong, then you're not gonna be able to go as far in any league as you would prefer. But yet another Bayonetta coming out for the University of Tennessee, and while Battlefield is their stage to 2 Yoshis and they can play a similar game, it's gonna come down to a similar type of problem. Can her finish the stock against a heavyweight opponent, that whether it be finishing it via combo or finding a raw confirm?
And the other thing too is that Piranha Plant, the character is based off of Venus Flytrap, right? And that's kind of the way Plant plays, right? It's not the easiest thing in the world to get in on this character, but once you do, if you do find your openings, Plant is comboable. You can still rack up the damage. That's something Bayonetta thrives off of. So, as you said, very similar type of matchup, just because it's a similar type of playstyle. Oh no! Positioning being everything, though, and the up smash taking the first stock. And the whiff off the witch time, too!
Man, nothing going right at the start or at the ending of that first stock, and Barrett is going to be taking those to the bank because he's been playing this matchup perfectly. He has not progressed much farther than the inside edge of a lot of these platforms, going back and forth between them, while Her has been dancing across the top 3 platforms all across the game. And that's for good reason. He's been playing around that option specifically. Afterburner kick directly to center. He's been up smashing those. He's been looking to grab them. Lands spot dodge down smash. While Her looks like their combo tree is just as expansive as Bowtie Kings, if not more so. What can you really do against a player that's not letting you get in?
Yeah, I feel like it's just a matter of mixing up options. Is not even that forward smash was gonna kill. That is, that's a strong move, and Plant surviving it is massive, as it still means that he's on his first stock. And look at the damage that Barrett has racked up here. That's gonna be the stock too. A 3 stock here in game number 1.
Oh my gosh, they died at 80 as Mario gets chomped for no reason. Where did he come from? Oh no. Wow.
I'm in shock. It's one thing to survive the Bayonetta F smash, right? But then to kill Bayonetta at 80? I know Bayonetta's on the lighter side of the cast, but still, that is shock. I'm stunned.
Plant is one of those funny little characters that's like, man,
they don't have anything outstanding, right? They're not doing something. They're not breaking the meta game. They're relatively underwhelming. But what they do good, boy, they do real good. And ledge trapping is one of those big strengths of Piranha Plants. A lot of their moves are relatively active, like dash attack, Patui, Poison Cloud, for instance, Up Smash. Up Smash is so strong. It's so unreasonably strong. And Patui and Poison Cloud are relatively good zoning tools to maintain center stage and maintain a solid area of influence, quote unquote. So Barrett played to those strengths, and while Her did a wonderful job dancing around top platforms, when it came time to try and put up damage, to interact, and to see what you could do and see if you could finish stocks off of a relatively heavy character, second verse same as the first, and Barrett walks away with a 3 stock.
Yeah, no, I agree completely, and I feel like it's one of those things where in the moment you're kind of questioning your gameplay, going like, I feel if you're moving around that much and still getting hits here and there, you're kind of going, okay, I'm finding some openings. I feel like I don't feel like I'm playing the game wrong, and then all of a sudden you get up smashed to 80 for landing on a platform, and you go, oh, I just excuse me. I just don't know. But I feel like the counterplay to that is again, we didn't really see a whole lot of grab attempts. Now again, grabbing plant, not the easiest thing in the world to do, especially with Patui on board and even things like the down B or side B possibly on deck. But if you can land and grab, I feel like again positioning just was all over the place for her, and that's what really Barrett thrived off of in that matchup.
Yeah, and he played to the proper spacing of what Bayonetta players like to do. They like to move. They like to dive kick back and forth across the stage, afterburner from ledge to center to start combos and to reset on these platforms. So by positioning himself correctly, as he did by ending 2 stocks with up smash, he caught everyone. He caught them all when he needed to, and played it sublime. Now it's just going to see where it's going to be a matter of if Her is going to want to gain some extra space, as that's what it seems like she or they want when with this Kalos pick. Though here we have Barrett playing the platform game yet again.
And I mean, no reason not to, right? You can dodge these bullets. You can force Her to come to you, and that's exactly the way Barrett wants to play this game. That plays to Barrett's strength once again. And even though they're avoiding each other already, it does play to Plant's favor at the end of the day.
Yeah, well, Bayonetta generally has a better means of finding chip damage. Oh god.
Early, going down there pretty early, huh?
It's okay. There you go. There's a solid combo starter. If Her is able to find a lead, they can really power through the approach that Barrett has selected for this matchup, that being waiting and watching and playing around this platform. Oh, there we go. Solid lead on the attempt at a reversal. He goes too deep, and now Her can play this matchup to the inverse of how Barrett was, giving him a taste of his own medicine. Let him approach. Let him try to get in your face, and if you ever feel scared, feel free to dive kick across the stage and head to the other platform.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Now that you've got that advantage, this patient play style is now in your favor, because Plant I mean, has some options, but they're not the easiest ways in, right? You can try and land. You can go for a landing aerial of some sort. You can try and go for like a tomahawk, but I mean, outside of that, you don't have a whole lot of approach options. But up smash still a strong move and killing her on her first stock. I mean, still plenty of percentage. Okay, well. Maybe I just need to stop talking before these stocks disappear. Already 2-1.
That's huge, though. It's what could have been a start of a comeback ends abruptly with that air dodge read, and those are what Bayonetta gains from grabs. Like down throw, try to read air dodge. Up throw, try to read jump. Forward throw can kill. Back throw, positioning, I suppose. You don't really use back throw all that much. But it's like things like that. He looked like he was buffering air dodge, buffering defensive option. And that time close, but trying to call out the jump. Like these grabs are proving to get, they're getting Barrett off of his spot and making something happen where just throwing aerials on shield wouldn't. Wow, they almost died.
No, he is gonna die off the top. That Patui is, I mean, you know that it's strong, but even if you trade with it at that point, that didn't even feel like it should have killed.
They never feel like it should, but then it just blows you up. It's like, man, this move's crazy. Down smash? No, down tilt to continue the combo, and Patui could have ended in a massive amount of damage. Even still 53, and the lead has turned, the tide has turned yet again.
I mean, back and forth. I mean, punch for punch. It just feels like the other part of this matchup that we really haven't talked about is the adaptation mid-match, right? It has been ever prevalent here, and it's just been kind of punch for punch. Like, okay, you're going to play the patient game? I can play the patient game. Okay, I've got the lead. I can kind of camp out. Oh, you've rushed in, and oh no, another up smash.
Mario characters, they all subscribe to the same religion. They all read from the book of Up Smash. You think about Mario, you think about Luigi, Peach, Rosalina, Yoshi, technically, Mario kind of character, Bowser Jr., and now Piranha Plant. They all got really good multi-purpose killing up smashes. And from a game that looked like it was slowly starting to tide into Her's direction, who was trying to play a little bit more patient, start to camp Barrett out, counter camp Barrett, put him at a disadvantage so he would have to do something. Barrett stuck to his guns, played slow, played patient, pressured a little bit more. But when push come to shove, he knew where to space out afterburner kick, and that got another stock from it.
Yeah, and you were talking about that up smash. I mean, just that is the last thing you want to do is land directly on Plant, because you know what's going to happen if you land on that shield. It is an easy. I mean, that up smash, not only is it powerful, it also like scoops from next door. It feels like it's got a surprising amount of range to it. So, I mean, it's like you said, Barrett just played to his advantages, and I do think made a good adaptation. Despite being down early, just did a good job of reading all of the movement options of Bayonetta. Not the easiest character in the world to track down, but if they are forced to come to you, it makes your options a whole lot easier.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. And it felt like something, like a switch clicked in Barrett's head in both Barrett and Her's head when Barrett retook the lead. It was for a brief moment, and I think Her took it back mere seconds later. But when on final stock, Her went from 0 to 40 to 50 to 65 or whatever it was, and Barrett was still at his 63. Numbers notwithstanding, I'm not sure about the exact values. Like, there was a moment before both players where it's like, oh no, he's come back now. Like, losing is a possibility. And once that thought was in both of their heads, the match seemed decided.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's the second that he got that combo to basically even up the game, you could kind of feel the momentum in the arena shift, and it was like, oh no, you realize this game that her had played so well in, all of a sudden was slipping out of her grasp, and I mean, just well played to Barrett, and that's why, you know, William and Mary has had such success. I mean, if you're looking at the scoreboard right now, Tennessee has to play a perfect game to tie. They cannot drop a single stock in order to just tie William and Mary. That's how strong of a performance they have had in the first 3 sets.
Wait, I thought you could get 9 points off of a victory.
8.
You could get 8? Oh my god, I cannot count. Yes. Yes, you're correct.
No worries. But I mean, it just goes to show how strong this William and Mary team is. 10-1, right?
Right. Yeah.
This is the upper echelon of the league, and for the newcomers to come in here, this was the testing grounds. This is the prove yourself moment, and William and Mary showing why the old guard is still on top.
Yeah, it's a wall to surpass, but now at the very least, University of Tennessee can know where they stand, because for everything said about William and Mary, their last 2 opponents, they put up 30 points. While they're still 2 sets to go, and it's certainly a possibility, you have 3 games that end in last stock, last hit games. So you're doing something right. You just need to shore up a lot of those mistakes, and you'll be able to go toe to toe. But it's a tall hill to climb from here. As Ridley from Dizzy Stylish, their presumed captain, but at the very least is one of their anchors, and that's not a character you would really expect. A little bit unorthodox is this team. Robin, Ridley, Piranha Plant, but it works.
Yeah, and I think we've only seen one other Ridley in this league, and they're on that Marist in that MAC conference that is very. I always use the term pendulum, right? You either heavy one way or heavy the other. It has been one team with a great season, one team with a poor season. But I mean, in this set right here, this seems pretty back and forth. I mean, both characters sitting at kill percent right now. Well, neutral B. I mean, covering every option Wolf has in the.
Yeah.
Man, I'm telling you, man, the timing of the casting today has just been something else.
It's been pretty pristine, not gonna lie. Liar has to do something about this neutral air, because if Dizzy has realized that he can use it and abuse it, then Ridley don't gotta do anything else.
Yeah, I mean. Yeah, finally able to take that first stock, but I mean, as you said, the damage has been dealt. 86 already onto this Wolf, and Ridley, a character with plenty of kill power. Oh no! I think that was supposed to be a side B on the stage, and I think he just misinput the angle. I'm gonna say that's what it was, because that option otherwise does not make sense to me.
Yeah, I mean, thinking about it, probably was some sort of like a Wolf Flash high, or maybe he missed his jump input and was looking for a ledge drop. I don't know. But you're surrendering stocks that you cannot afford to lose. Wow, Dizzy is making Ridley seem faster than ever. It's the platform comes so very important for Lyra, but no jumping. No, he does have a jump, but saving the jump despite the 2-frame.
The
Wow.
single fireball?
Just the one.
That's Dizzy on point today. That's something else. I mean, normally you see all the flurry of fireballs from that neutral beat come out, right? You saw it in that very first stock. Just cover every option that Wolf has to recover just by sending them all out. But just the one was enough. It's such a that's a statement right there. That's saying I'm done. This is all I need.
Yeah, you're gonna be right here at right this time, and that's all we need. That's all I'll need. But how much of that game was played on the ledge? Because
A lot.
Mocha could not get off to save their life. It was just time and time again. Even disregarding the unfortunate SD of the second stock, Mocha would grab ledge. Neutral get up? Oh, okay. Well, I got F tilted. Let me try to wolf flash to ledge. Oh, I got F tilted again. Good thing I saved my jump, and I can go to this platform and try to come down with the neutral air. Oh, I got nared. Okay, trying to go back to ledge again. It's like, you can do it. You don't have to be aggressive off of ledge. It's okay.
And that's just something that you adapt to as the set goes on, or at least that's the adaptation we're hoping to see here in game 2. Because Dizzy, as you said, was all over the aggressive options.
As Joker is the counter pick. Now, Joker can do things. Joker can do things that counteract a lot of Ridley's shenanigans. Things like Rebel's Guard can power through a lot of the fireball hitboxes, and you gain Arsene because of it. Or you, at the very least, part way to the meter. Edge guarding is a lot easier for Joker. His recovery is a lot more diverse. But Reckless Abandon is not how you play most characters in this game, and all it looks like Mocha wants to do is just start hitting the big dragon.
And to be fair, it's tempting, right? You see this big character, you think, okay, time to get my combo game on point, and you play these characters that are known to do so, but there's more to the game than that. You gotta be careful. You gotta know how to play defensive, and right now that seems to be the challenge. Is Dizzy with the early lead, but I mean, it's still pretty darn even.
Yeah, nothing is out of the woodwork as long as that big blue man is there. Okay,
Again, just, I mean, okay, well, Dizzy now feeling himself, because that down B is ambitious, but it almost connected, just getting the weak hitbox instead of the strong one. And now we see some combos early. Oh no! You're joking me. Dizzy's on all over this matchup right now.
There's a reason that... Oh, is he dead? Okay, thankfully Rebel's Guard exists for Mocha surviving what could have been a very quick ending. But you can't stay... Ridley thrives on the ledge, making you feel like the cunning dragon he is. He makes everything feel unsafe. Hang on too long, you'll get caught by F tilt or down tilt. But in the same way, you have to be careful about pressuring him off stage, because one wrong move and you get command grab right underneath. It's a tricky spot that Mocha has found themselves in, but Joker's been known to make some big comebacks like these. And it's gonna start here, maybe? No, he's dead.
Yeah, Dizzy, I mean, there's no other way to say it. That was domination. That was a well-played match by Dizzy, just capitalizing on every mistake Mocha made. There was no opening left unpunished.
Like a well-oiled machine. Haha.
because it's
the equivalent of a teehee. Just
yeah, because he's a robot. Hee hee.
Anyways, good stuff to Dizzy. There's nothing else to really say about that. Like Dizzy just, it's like we said, he was all over that matchup, and Mocha just played into it essentially. Just way too many aggressive options that never really. There were no follow-ups onto anything, right? Even on the chip damage, right? Just a couple stray hits here or there to kind of reset the situation. But outside of that, we really only saw one or two like drag down up airs, I think. But he never got the follow-up off of it.
Yeah, he kind of folded once Dizzy showed off the climbing silver. He approached aggressively, baiting out an aggressive response, and Dizzy was ready for it.
There's not much more to it than that. That was just a solid game all the way around. And so, again, we do play out the rest of the set despite William and Mary closing out this one officially. They will get the win, but again, that point differential will play a factor later on, so we will play out the fifth set as we wait to see who will go in. And by the way, I have another random stat for you, that William and Mary loss, they are 10-1 on the season. That one loss was to Mississippi State, and Mississippi State is another team at 10-1. The trio of teams that are at the top of the standings, it is Mississippi State who has the head-to-head tiebreaker against William and Mary and has dealt them their only loss.
And Mississippi State is currently playing on the other EGF stream, that is EGF official, against George Washington University in a tighter contest at that, currently at 13-6. So if you want to check out that set, you can head on over there. But be sure to stick around for this one, because we're on the final leg, their fourth. So you should be able to catch the end of both.
Yeah, and again, William and Mary, just a fantastic showing here. And by the way, that other match, that George Washington University, they also joined at the same time as Tennessee. So both newcomers here really getting their mettle tested, as Mississippi State and William and Mary, both 10-1 teams. That's a tough, third week to try and open to. And I mean, the fact that George Washington is still kind of keeping pace is impressive.
Yeah, they've gotten their licks in on that one, even leading off the crew battle with a set win. But we'll have to see the end of this one first, with Jeff and Spawn Man taking it for William and Mary and Tennessee respectively. PS2. Go! And here we go.
Jafaldo is another name that we have seen a couple times on this William and Mary roster. He's had his ups and downs this season, but I feel like that's mostly because of the kind of volatile playstyle he plays with ZSS. A character that can certainly go in, do a lot of damage, and has plenty of kill power here and there, but also a very light character and can easily be punished by characters like Ike. So I'm curious to see how this one will play out.
And Zirsu is such a neat character when it comes to how she functions. It's very much matchup dependent, so much of what works and what doesn't, and what she can go for, what she can't. Up tilt there is always going to lose to the Aether super armor, but swords tend to be a bane to her style. Yet she's mobile enough to where sometimes it just does not matter. Gotta be careful for that one.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And that side beat we've seen earlier on this stream. There was an Ike player, I believe it was AIV, who no, it was Tin Can earlier, right? That as the set went on, the amount of times that side B to center stage was used was it just kept getting caught over and over again. As there's the forward air securing that stock. Smart play there by Spawn Man to even this game right back up. And I feel like this is also the type of matchup between these two characters where they can both punish their recoveries. That was such a good catch, but smart job by Gefaldo to kind of wait that out and then use that up B back to ledge.
He's certainly hitting that up B button plenty of time throughout this set. Whenever it seems like Jeff gets anywhere near, Spawn Man has been prepping that Aether just as a means of defense and gets rewarded with that late hit nair into up air. Finally, we're landing in that smaller window now. As he goes for it again. No, he full hops that time. Little mix, just trying to gain some space. Space matters a ton against Zero Suit because then she can make it and lose. Since she can make up ground so quickly. Don't reach that up. Okay, he's a good player.
That's an interesting mix-up, though, to go for a jump from ledge side B. It's not an option that's like used a whole lot for, because it's a very punishable move. That up B is gonna take the stock. But it is an interesting mix-up because normally you'd go for something like a forward air or a neutral air or something along those lines. But going for a more committal move, maybe for some more damage, is an interesting decision.
And he powers right through. I mean, I kind of agree. There's a lot of counterpunching coming out from Spawn Man's side, and it's got him out of danger more than it's got him into it. Being able to armor straight through ZSS Nair, making her lose a lot of the combos that can spawn from that, and he's netted himself a very slim lead in the end part of this game. But the up B to catch the drop shield was real smart. Wow, okay,
Ooh,
yeah,
that back air gonna get it.
I held my breath for a moment. I didn't think it would, but then it did.
The inner hitbox, just that back air is so strong, and I feel like this kind of matchup, you were talking about how it was kind of punch for punch, counter for counter. It kind of plays to Ike's advantage, I think, because Ike just has stronger hitboxes, and against a lighter character like Zero Suit, Ike's just raw kill power in that type of playstyle is gonna win out. And I almost feel like, count the number of up Bs that Jeff threw out that match. If he had thrown out maybe one or two less, maybe that move, just has a little bit more knockback, isn't quite as stale, and maybe takes that stock earlier on that last stock scenario. But regardless, Spawn Man able to take game number one.
Yeah, both players are looking they look like that when they have space to move, they're real comfortable. They're dashing back and forth, using their options pretty readily and well at that. Like we mentioned the quick draw a couple of times throughout that game one. The decision of when to use flip kick and when not to use it. Both Spawn Man and Jeff were able to gain much advantage from that single factor alone, whether Spawn Man was able to call it out or Jeff was able to get by and get back to center. But when push came to shove, a lot of the damage that Jeff would try to put up came from playing out a shield and not really on the play. Like, he wasn't able to make things happen. He had to wait for Spawn Man to make a mistake and to overextend it just a little bit, which, if you're gonna be surviving off of a player messing up in your face, they'll have more ability to shore up that and leave you without a game plan.
Yeah, and I'm kind of curious to see what the adjustment is here, because again, another thing that I kind of noted, and you kind of touched on it a little bit too, is it felt like Gefaldo, it was a lot of right idea, wrong execution, right? Like his ledge option coverage was like, okay, I'll throw out the stun gun here. And while that's a smart play, he didn't really then proceed to follow it up with anything. Like, okay, the gun's going to cover this range, and then if he does something else, I can cover that. But instead, he just kind of backed off and waited to see if that would connect first. So it was a lot of, the idea is there. It's the right kind of thought process, but it's a matter of that extra little step to kind of push him over the edge that I'm wondering if we'll see here in game 2.
Stage selection is going by steadily, though. I think Small Battlefield was the pick, but some deliberations on if it's legal, though I believe it is. I'm fairly certain it is, in fact.
It should be.
Yeah, it's house rule set, but with more bans, so it is legal there.
There are some rules when it comes to banning stages and whatnot, and I often get confused on them sometimes, just because sometimes it will be like a you ban them at the start of the set and then nowhere else, but here it is a match for match type of ban, so it should be. Actually, no, they're just gonna gentlemen's to PS2. It looks like.
Well, biplat for biplat. Usually you ban after every game, and with this current rule set that we're running with, DSR is on, which means you cannot go back to the stage that you last won on. The player that last won on a stage cannot choose it again. So what we can see PS2 here because Jeff is choosing to go back here despite being the loser. But if Spawnman were to choose it, he could not because he last won on this stage.
Yeah, and I feel like stage really didn't play too much of a factor overall. I mean, PS2 obviously always a neutral stage choice that never really benefits one character too much over another. But I mean, and it kind of shows here as look at the percents, practically dead even.
Yeah, neither player really gains much or loses much from PS2 being the stage of choice. And if Spawnman is going to keep trying to go for these on-stage recoveries with the quick draw, then he'll get stuffed every time. Speaking of, even stocks we are at once more.
Yeah, and I mean, good stuff to both. Ooh, good catch on the forwarder. Gefaldo has done a very good job of, even if he gets caught on his first initial attempt at recovery, just kind of waiting and playing patient and not immediately, doing a panic option like jump or panic up B immediately after being caught for the first time. Because Ike is a character, that forward there, it covers a lot of space, and against ZSS, who has the recovery, there's not a whole lot of fade to it, right? You just kind of use it and drift to, a perfect line. But as I speak, Spawnman is able to take that second stock.
It always happens as we say it. Stocks begin to fly as another quick draw. This time, trying to get him before he releases it, but it's hard to interrupt that quick draw should you not have a tool designed to do it. Things like a basic counter. That won't do it. Like rather heavy. And the boost kick fast, but not as strong as one would like. And the damage is starting to rack up for Gefaldo.
And he survived the forward smash? That's some great DI there from Spawnman.
Oh god, no. That's a tragedy.
Yeah, that's a rough one, but Spawnman able to take the second game and put Tennessee on the board right before the end of the match.
Yeah, denying William and Mary their potential third 30-point game in a row, instead stopping the bleeding, showing they despite the close games that we've had throughout, finally getting a win on the board, even if it's just 5 points to the 23, it makes a difference because at the very least, you know you've been doing something right. Like, you have the ire to go toe to toe with the best of them. There's just certain there's 3 games. Looking at the score sheet, there's 3 games that you're one stock away from having game 3s in those sets, which can swing entire games.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And on top of that, like it never feels good to not just lose, but lose in a fashion where you barely, if you get 0 points. So just getting something on the board means that you've got somewhere to start, right? Right. You kind of touched on it as well, but I mean, this is more or less the result we were kind of expecting. William and Mary, they are a team that feels like they should be competing for a championship, and Tennessee, the newcomer, this is a rough opening, but it is trial by fire for them. They have had some tough opening weeks, and now we'll see what they can do entering next week. But I mean, good stuff to both these teams. This was a fun day.
Yeah, super good bracket. And if you want to see the conclusion of the other side of the event, game 2 of the final leg of Mississippi and George Washington is heading over on the other EGF stream. But that's going to do it for us. Shout outs to the EGF League for getting us on the mic and for hosting this wonderful event. Thank you to the House of 3000 for streaming the wonderful event. And of course, thank you to my co-caster Soy for being here all the while we've been casting these couple of blocks.
The pleasure is all mine, UBL.
All right, if you want,
I keep looking at your name and thinking it's Ubel. I don't know why.
Yeah, no, that's fine. You can. That is usually what I introduce myself as, actually. Either way, I hope all of you have a great night. I hope you continue to enjoy the EGF League every single Tuesday night or Tuesday afternoon starting at 4:30. And I hope you continue grinding and improving at Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Have a wonderful evening, and of course, happy Smashing.